never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is expecting a big veterans aid bill to pass later on Tuesday. Schumer saying Democrats and Republicans have agreed to vote on some amendments, and he's confident about final passage of the bill. Amendment or no amendment, Republican Senator from Arkansas Tom Cotton says he's a yes vote.
If the Toomey Amendment fails, I will still vote on passage of this bill as I did in June. I think the vast majority of Republicans will do so as well.
President Biden is still testing positive for COVID and his cough has returned. That's according to the latest update from his doctor. Despite that, Dr. Kevin O'Connor says Biden continues to feel well. He added the president's lungs are clear. The president signing the CHIPS and Science Act into law Tuesday. USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi landed in Taiwan late Tuesday evening local time despite continued threats from China. When asked about the White House's concern over the speaker's trip, Wisconsin Republican Congressman Mike Gallagher says the Biden administration is fearful of provoking China.
So risk-averse, we're afraid of provoking the Chinese Communist Party. We've put ourselves in a straitjacket, and it's constricted our ability to think creatively, to move aggressively.
That audio courtesy of Fox News. Nancy Pelosi is the highest-ranking U.S. official to visit the island of Taiwan since 1997. With less than 100 days to go before the midterms, voters in a handful of states are heading to the polls. They'll decide primary elections in Arizona, Kansas, Michigan, Missouri, and Washington. Rough day on Wall Street. At the closing bell, the Dow losing 402 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Kentucky Democratic Governor Andy Beshear says the aftermath of the devastating flooding is still an active situation.
It is absolutely devastating out there. It's going to take years to rebuild. People left with absolutely nothing.
He noted there have been some 1,300 rescues, with one rescue happening Monday. The governor adding heat will now be the next challenge his state faces as cleanup efforts continue. Monday was the first day of the month, and for millions of Americans, that means rent was due. Senate Banking Committee ranking member Pat Toomey says Americans are falling behind on rent because of inflation, and Democrats are only piling on.
They want to jam through a reckless tax and spending bill that will make this disastrous situation even worse.
As China continues to use their economic power to force political change around the world, the United States and Japan are working to pursue commercial diplomacy. U.S. Ambassador to Japan, Rahm Emanuel, says he saw a number of examples of Chinese coercion when he arrived in Japan in January.
Japan and the United States were the number one foreign direct investor in each other's countries. Not 1 year, but 2 years consistently. Now, this year's not done, but I think we're in a real strong position. That's all I'll say.
Take our news with you wherever you go by searching for USA Radio News, wherever you download your podcasts. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, yes indeed. Come on in. Settle in. Welcome back. It's another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Here we are, Secret Bunker, Southwest Ohio, 74 degrees outside the studio at this hour. As we close out a Tuesday, and work our way respectively, time zone to time zone, into a Wednesday. Yeah, Mike. Of course, Hump Day. 3rd day of August. Yeah, the reality check. August. Back to school time just around the corner. Still feeling very summer-like, though. Much of the country, as we look ahead for the upcoming day, going to see a broad area of heat advisories once again. Another surge of warm air stretching from central Texas all the way up into southern portions of Michigan. And heat advisories all along the way. Eastern Oklahoma, much of Missouri, portions of Arkansas, good chunk of Illinois, about the southern 2/3 of Illinois. Yet northern Indiana, south central, southwest Michigan, a good chunk of Ohio, on over into portions of West Virginia, heat advisories. Then we've got the eastern seaboard, heat advisories all the way up into central and western New York State. Heat advisories from New York City to Boston for the upcoming day. As far as this surge of warm air, I don't think it's going to be to the extent of an actual heat wave. Not going to see 3 consecutive days, 90-plus degrees. For some, there may be a few, but it's a rather brief surge of warm air. Now, temperatures in parts of New York and New England are actually going to get close to 100 degrees. Not today. Thursday looks to be the peak day for the heat. Yeah, for some areas, it may be some of the hottest weather you've seen so far this year. Even though not going to last long, especially compared to the heat wave we saw back in the second half of July. There will be a number of folks in the Northeast challenging some of your long-standing record high temperatures dating back to the 1920s. All right, whether or not temperatures reach the highest levels of the year, it's going to feel when the heat advisories, heat index is played, yes, dangerous levels up and down the northeastern seaboard, especially on Thursday. So we do have heat advisories for southeastern Pennsylvania, including the Philadelphia area, much of New Jersey. Elsewhere, heat advisories have been placed for parts of southeastern New England, as I mentioned, including Boston. Heat advisories are scheduled to go into effect at 11 a.m. Thursday, not Wednesday, but Thursday, and then continue until 8 p.m. on Friday. Temperatures actually in Philadelphia peaked at 93 degrees this past day. Boston actually hit a high of 94, so it was a warm Tuesday there in the Northeast. Meanwhile, elsewhere around the country, we're going to be looking at potentially more severe weather. A broad area of the Midwest, all the way up into New England, may be dealing with rounds of showers and thunderstorms through the end of this week. Now, that's actually good news for some of the drought-plagued areas in the Northeast. Not good news for parts of especially eastern Kentucky, still reeling from the historic flooding from last week. Portions of central and southern Illinois, southern Indiana, were already targeted with some heavy rain. We actually did see some flooding this past day. Anywhere from 1 to some areas saw up to 5 inches of rain. Monday night into about midday this past day. Yeah, we had some flash flood warnings in parts of Illinois. Yeah, most of those downpours have weakened before reaching central and eastern Kentucky, so we're not seeing any precip. It's a quiet night, pretty much overall in Kentucky. But batches of thunderstorms are going to continue to erupt and drift through the Midwest, the Northeast, and even the Southeast between now and Thursday, bringing some isolated heavy rain. But this is another scenario where this front is going to some point in time stall out, leading to more widespread downpours and an increased flooding risk. Now, going back last week, it was a similar setup, that stalled frontal system that allowed those thunderstorms to fire and kind of repeat over the same areas, parts of Missouri, Kentucky, into West Virginia, leading to, obviously, the deadly, the catastrophic flooding there. Some cities were up to 6 to 12 inches of rain fell over a 2 to 3 day period. Now, even though the situation later this week, Friday and Saturday, should be a bit less volatile compared to last week, nonetheless, portions of the Ohio Valley, the Central Appalachians, can't withstand a whole lot of rainfall without seeing more flash flooding. Now, it looks like showers and storms begin to ramp up along that frontal zone as it pushes across the Great Lakes and approaches the Ohio Valley and the Central and Northern Appalachians by Thursday. The setup for Friday and Saturday will allow that front to stall from the mid-Mississippi Valley to northern New England. All along that line, we could see several inches of rain for eastern Missouri, all the way up into northwestern portions of Maine, primarily Friday, Saturday. Heavier rainfall amounts, 2 to 4 inches for portions of the Ohio and mid-Mississippi valleys to the central and northern Appalachians. Now, when you get some of these heavy rains in a few hours or less, obviously you're looking at the potential for flash flooding. Swift rises along some of the smaller streams will be likely in portions of Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, yes, Kentucky, and West Virginia, and northwestern Virginia once again. How far this front drifts along through the northeast will determine which areas receive the greatest amount of rainfall. Now, Friday may be the wettest day for the northern parts of the Ohio Valley to western and northern portions of Pennsylvania and on up into New York State. Should that front get hung up a little sooner, then the Appalachians would probably be on the receiving end of some of the heaviest rain on both Friday and Saturday. If the front drifts a bit further along before coming to a halt, then the Appalachians would get drenched on Friday. Areas from, say, Boston to New York City, Philadelphia could reap the bulk of the downpours as we get the first half of the weekend underway on Saturday. There's many areas from Pennsylvania to Maine where the lawns are just brown. Crops are being stressed. Small streams have been reduced to a trickle. So this would actually be a welcome soaking rainfall or a few downpours over a couple of days' time. And some of our travelers' weather as we get things off and rolling here on a Wednesday. Get the latest on the wildfires out west as the death toll attributed to the McKinney fire there in California. This enormous blaze continues to grow. I believe the death tally is now up to 4. 2 additional fatalities confirmed this past day. Meanwhile, there were actually a couple of confirmed tornadoes in southwestern Pennsylvania and nearby West Virginia with some of those storms Monday night. I just got the confirmation from the National Weather Service as they went out to survey the damage this past day. Yeah, we had one was a pretty strong EF2 tornado, the other much smaller, an EF0. There in West Virginia, PA. Pennsylvania had the EF2 tornado. So we'll break down the numbers for you coming up here in just a bit. Meanwhile, Colton is on board. Hi there, first out of the box. Got us locked and loaded on YouTube. Hello to Heavy D. Good morning, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Let's keep on trucking out here. Central Florida, there's Richard checking in with 75 degrees. Hello to Steve, all the listeners out there. Todd says hello from Warden, Washington tonight. Other side of the country with 76 degrees. Hello to Philly Dan. Dan says, I'm fixing to drive around town and unplug all the electric cars. I got to do my part to help the power grid today, with all this heat coming in. Watch out. You're looking to get yourself in trouble, Dan. Stay safe out there, and God bless the Rambler. Timothy's on board. Rocky Mount, Virginia, with 73 degrees. A warm, muggy 73. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 70 degrees in Newcastle, Indiana. Shout out to the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the Henry County Livestock. All right, good to have you on board there. And again, happy anniversary a couple of days ago there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. There's Larry on board. Everybody be safe out there. 70 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. There's Pappy. I'm a complete idiot. Yeah, 3 house payments. LOL. Yeah, but the beer down and put your damn glasses on, Pappy. Good golly. At least I recognize my faults and admit some. Everybody hammer down. All right. Tapeworm checking in from the world's largest truck stop. That would be Walcott, Iowa, right? Got a nice, cool night just passing through on my load from Toledo, Ohio, headed to Denver, Colorado. Have a great night, everybody. There's Deborah there, Central Indiana. Morning, Steve. A nice 69 here in the Hoosier. Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. Happy Hump Day to all. There's the Drug Runner checking in from Music City, USA. A gorgeous night to be driving truck. Just stay out of the fuel stations. Keep it shiny side up and enjoy the ride. Matthew on board. Morning, Steve. I'm in a good mood tonight. All my friends in eastern Kentucky are confirmed safe from the flooding. That's good news. I'm glad to hear that, Matthew, because that's not the case for everybody's friends. Death toll stayed at 37 this past day. We saw a pretty big jump, half dozen or so on Monday. But latest numbers that I saw out of Kentucky, 37 confirmed dead. Yeah, they do say there's still an awful lot of people that are so-called unaccounted for, but communications are down. In many cases, people are kind of isolated, roads washed out, bridges washed out, and family can't contact them. They do say they're gradually getting cell service back up and running. If you can imagine, there's still folks without power and without clean water, without drinking water. They're in parts of eastern Kentucky. Let's see. 5-7 Chevy. Copy the mail. There you go. Hello to Just Teach. A beautiful 76 degrees in Northern Virginia tonight as we wiggle to Charlotte. Truck safe, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Warren says, sorry to hear about the passing of Vin Scully. I just saw that headline here a few minutes ago. I think, quote, 94 years old, if I saw the headline correct. Yeah, the voice of the Los Angeles Dodgers, right, for many, many years, Vin Scully. Gilligan on board. Morning, Steve and fellow listeners. 73 degrees right now in West Virginia. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Billy checks in. 80 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina tonight. A warm night there. How about that? Hello to Roy. Hey, what day is it? Good morning, all. Country Bumpkin checking in from Grand Haven, Michigan tonight. I've run out of my drive time. I'm tired. I'll be loading in the morning for another KC turn and burn, as they call it. Hello to Rockpick, Rochester, New York, checking in. Happy Hump Day. Hello, truckers, third shift workers, fellow insomniacs. We've got 64 degrees in Rochester, New York. Fixing myself a plate of Wegsman's rotisserie chicken and some slow cooker baked beans, as it's time for the world's best talk radio. Thank you, Rockpick. Good to have you on board. One final on this particular round. Buckeye Boy checking in from Albuquerque again tonight with 88 degrees. It was a hot one today. I got a little behind on our project here, so we should be able to catch up later on Wednesday. Doesn't help that the temporary labor service I'm using can't seem to provide the second laborer I need on a consistent basis. The one guy I've used the last couple of days, he's a great worker, a little rough around the edges, but, I can deal with that. Going to start a little earlier here for Wednesday, but we'll be with you for a bit tonight. Should be getting my pretty good-sized order of everyday diesel treatment from Hot Shot Secret in the next couple of days at the Home 20. Very easy to order. Got a great discount with my overnight drive code and my CDL driver discounts. It's like 20% off your entire order. Fast delivery and great results using their products. You can't beat it. So there you go. There's a testimonial from Buckeye Boy. Thank you very much. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Well, apparently we lost another friend to the trucking community this past day. Yeah, someone had called, I think it was sometime last week or so, asking if I'd heard anything about Corporal Norm. If you remember Corporal Norm Schneiderhan, guess the confirmation he passed away several days ago, but we'll give you the details coming up. Yes, another friend to the trucking industry for many, many years, raising incredible amounts of money for the Special Olympics with the world's largest truck convoy. That's Corporal Norm. Our number, meanwhile, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I was just scrolling through social media, literally about 10, 15 minutes before showtime. I came across a post from Jack Kapanka, name I hadn't heard in a while. Yeah, friends on Facebook. Jack said, back in 2002, I walked into my office at Transcontinental Records to find a police officer standing there. It was none other than Corporal Norm Schneiderhan with the Orange County Police Department. Norm had a dream to create an annual event called the World's Largest Truck Convoy for Special Olympics. He asked if I could come out and sing my song, A Champion, at the first annual convoy. So I told him I wanted to try and write a song for the convoy. After talking with several truck drivers to find out about the industry, I ultimately wrote, America Moves by Truck. I remember that well. Norm and I logged a lot of miles over the years doing shows and convoys across the country. Just found out that Norm passed away last week. So prayers to the family. Thankful for the many adventures that Norm and I had over the years. Most of all, I'm thankful for all that Norm did for the Special Olympics. Indeed. Rest in peace, my friends. So with that, I did a quick search and I found the obituary for Corporal Norm, and actually services are coming up this weekend. According to the Deltona Memorial Funeral Home, Norm Wayne Schneiderhan, 70 years old, passing away July the 26th, born in Queens, New York, October 1st of 1951. Graduated Farmingdale High School in New York, went on to receive certification from the Police Academy in Florida. Norm ultimately was a police officer for 38 years, including the DeLand Police Department, Volusia County Corrections, and over 30 years with the Orange County Sheriff's Office. During his time with Orange County Sheriff's Office, he created the world's largest truck convoy to benefit Special Olympics. That, of course, led to an annual fundraising with truck convoys all over the country, raising over $5 million. He also assisted in various fundraising events for other organizations. He retired as a corporal with the Orange County Sheriff's Office back in 2016. Norm was a kind man, cared for his family, friends, neighbors, co-workers. If anyone needed anything, he would always do everything he could to help out. So, according to this, a visitation for Norm will be this Friday, August 5th, 4 to 7 p.m. at Deltona Memorial Funeral Home. They're in Orange City, Florida. Funeral service occurring Saturday, August the 6th, 10 to 11 a.m. at Deltona Memorial Funeral Home. They do say in lieu of flowers, he requests, I guess his wish was to make donations to the ALS research, ALS disease research. There you go. So sad to hear that. Corporal Norm, I participated in several of those world's largest truck convoys over the year. And we'll talk a bit more about that coming up here. First, we'll get our news break in, and we'll get to your calls ahead as well. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
It's primary day in 5 states: Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, Kansas, and Washington. The battle for control of the U.S. House and Senate is up for grabs this cycle. And for the first time since the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, Kansas will vote whether abortion can be constitutionally protected. In 2019, the state Supreme Court ruled personal autonomy is protected in the state constitution's Bill of Rights and applied tight regulations for abortion. Kansas voters are deciding whether to pass that amendment, which will remove the constitutional right, or against it, which would keep it in place. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend at work, I have there's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. you'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, during the break there, I was able to successfully share the link to Corporal Norm's obituary there out of Orange City, Florida. So if you were one of those, like so many of us that participated, got a chance to meet Corporal Norm over the years. Man, oh man, how many times I remember hanging out with Norm and Brooklyn, who we lost a number of years ago at the Great American Truck Show in Dallas, Texas one year. Yeah, Norm was out there grilling up the burgers and the dogs. Of course, coming to the truck shows to promote the world's largest truck convoy. Yeah, various events all around the country. I got to participate in a couple of those convoys. Boy, the years have passed by. Can't remember what town it was. It was somewhere up along the Ohio-Indiana line where my wife and I participated in one of those convoys there. I do very well remember actually broadcasting live from Louisville, Kentucky. That's when Danny Reese, a.k.a. Maverick, Maverick and Goodwrench were there. Money, Tom Burton, a.k.a. Money. Yeah, we actually set up and we broadcast live in front of, there was a big church down there. I think it might have been Danny's home church, Maverick's home location there. And they're allowed to use the big parking lot they had for the staging ground and whatnot. And broadcast live all night long. And then got to participate later that morning in the convoy. Always really good times. Yeah. So I can kind of identify with what horse feathers and those who participate in the Mother's Day convoy. I know what it's like. I don't think Norm ever actually got the opportunity to get his dream of having like his Guinness World Record, kind of world's largest truck convoy. Because many of the events were in smaller towns around the country, but we'd have 100 trucks, 150 trucks, nothing pale in comparison to the 500-600 trucks where they've actually got in the Guinness Book of World Records there with the Mother's Day convoy there in Pennsylvania. But that was a good time. Obviously we weren't in the lead truck, but we got to ride Schneider National. They wrap some of these trucks in beautiful patriotic schemes, honoring the various branches of the military. And that's one of the trucks that my wife and I got to ride in that Louisville convoy. And matter of fact, the driver of that truck actually gave us a commemorative coin. That was one of the first coins I got, challenge coins, as they called it. I think I still have that in my collection, as a matter of fact. So, memories with Corporal Norm over the years. Thanks for all you did to help out those special Olympians out there. Hello to Kevin. Let's see. Click, safety off. I'm in Chicago. So you're locked and loaded, is that what you mean? Got a warm, humid night, 100% chance of gunfire. Everybody duck. Oh, man, gotta love rolling through Chicago, right? Hello to Shorty in Virginia right now, headed toward Columbus, Ohio to get my second round to Orlando. Hello. Good evening, God's children. Brother Rambler checking in with y'all tonight from the Big Easy, where we've got 79 degrees right now. Lost a legend tonight, the legendary Dodgers broadcaster Vin Scully, passing away at the age of 94, calling games for the Dodgers for 67 years until his retirement. How about that? You talk about a lengthy career. Buckeye Cobra checking in from Dallas, Texas tonight, where it's still hot, 95 degrees. Going to get loaded, and I'll be rolling towards Denver. Be safe out there, everybody. All right, hello to Kevin. Couple more here. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Going to be a warm one today. Everybody be safe out there. Ed says, rest in peace, Vin Scully. There's Curtis. Hello, Steve. I haven't woke up for a while to catch your show, so I got you on tonight via YouTube. All right, good to have you with us, all the listeners out there. Our number, 844-844-3388. What do you say, Seeing-Eye Dog out of the box? Oh, it would help if the computer would. Come on, click it on. Take two. There you go. Hello, Seeing-Eye Dog.
Good morning. I sent you pictures of Big Boy. I took them back July 20th of 19 when it was in West Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah.
Very big, majestic machine. I know those pictures are older, but considering that train's been around for many years, very relevant. I don't know if you can pull those up and take a look at them.
I've checked them out earlier, and I've got some of them before me here. 4014. Is that the one that Horse Feathers was talking about the other night?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yep.
It's called the Big Boy.
That's a monster.
Yes. If anybody's interested, you go on YouTube. There's plenty of clips of it going down the tracks. I know it has its engine, and then it has a separate engine just in case the steam engine fails.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got a lot of cars in the back, for transporting people. It's pretty awesome.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I got the pictures. Thank you very much.
Okay. Another thing is, I laughed my rear end off when I heard that thing about GMA, because all the times you hear stories from Gilligan about GMA, and then you read that one story, and I like how you hesitated. It was perfect. I could not stop laughing. I'm a bit of a smart butt myself,
The whole funny thing about it was that the whole premise of this company that had gone under, and drivers are in limbo out there. People are getting screwed and can't get their money, and lo and behold, it's GMA LLC, and it took me by surprise when I said, well, that explains it right there.
Spot on. Because I hear him talking, and you're like, okay, where's the dynamite? But that right there was the perfect end cap for that whole series that he has.
Yep, right.
Last thing is I'm going to attempt to send you a wave file, a sound file through the email, and see if you can play it, because maybe I can help put some of your sound effects together. That's all I have for you today, and I'm enjoying the show.
All right. Thanks for all you do. See you, dog. Have a great night. Be safe out there. Hello to Tom Kelly. I hadn't heard from you in a couple days. That's our friends at TNCRadio.live. Houston, Texas. Heat index is 94 degrees in Houston as we approach the midnight hour. Wow. All right, TNCRadio.live studios cranked up for another hot one today on this first hump day in the month of August. All right, Tuesday nights, then Wednesday mornings after the overnight drive, hosted by the ladies of TNC Radio. So coming up 5 a.m. Eastern time. As soon as we wrap things up, you get a news break. It's Shannon Courier. You might know her from the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. But on TNC Radio, she's all about the South. Don't miss the Southern route right after the overnight drive via TNCRadio.live. That next up, it's Shelley and Kathy on Women Road Warriors with an all-new episode this morning. Finally, 7 a.m. Eastern, it's Thoughts and Coffee with Sarah Barnes-Humphrey, bringing some new insight each week about the leading issues facing the supply chain, which there's, no shortage of supply chain issues in this country right now. Hosted by the ladies, but it's radio for all the drivers out there. Remember, the shows on TNCRadio.live are programmed by drivers for drivers. You can find us on over 4,000 devices, from your personal computer to your smartphone to your smart TV. You got it. It's all covered. And, of course, you might be tuned in to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive at this moment via TNCRadio.live. There you go. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, what do you say there, Your Honor? I guess we're supposed to start out by doing, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Let's get it out of the way. Hey, I guess it must be Hump Day.
There you go. I'm glad you read that email from Tom Kelly there, or I might not have remembered. So anyways, that worked out well. I don't know, where should we start? Our Speaker of the House is visiting Taiwan, apparently. Have we seen any fire yet? Have we had any fire unleashed yet?
Yeah, just patiently waiting to see what the next shoe to drop's going to be.
Okay. And then what? Our illustrious president, not only does he have rebound COVID at this point, that now he's got a cough back. What was all this spiel he was talking there after the 5th day of COVID there, of how great he was and how he'd been vaccinated and boosted and he could stay in the White House and he was better than our previous president. Has he just shoved his foot deep in his mouth yet enough to? He doesn't seem to be saying any more about that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, the whole idea. I mean, the return of some symptoms with this rebound case. So he tested again positive Saturday, continued positive Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. So
correct.
I did catch only on one occasion when he had the first round before he had supposedly recovered and rebounded. But did you hear any mention that they had treated him with albuterol, like the breathing treatment, which they give to people who have difficulty breathing?
I did not hear any other treatments than the antiviral. That was the only treatment that I'd heard of. So, but it's very possible that I either missed something in the news or my news area didn't even bother to report it.
Yeah, like I said, I only caught it one time, and I believe it was on Fox News, like on the Fox and Friends in the morning, that I caught that. One particular mention, but they didn't. Apparently, the mainstream didn't want to much talk about that because albuterol is for people having difficulty breathing.
Absolutely, and it probably was. It probably Fox News got their hands slapped for doing it, and the other stations were probably told to make sure they didn't make that slip. So, but anyways, so apparently they got another one of the leaders from Al Qaeda because they were blowing that horn pretty hard tonight. I saw and telling how they did it, using the drone and the super missile that's set up like a big razor blade cutting drill bit type thing that, I don't know, I guess it really doesn't even explode. But so they were telling all about that and showing all that on the news. So more of our weaponry, is right out there in the wide open public. We kind of talked about that last night. And but anyways, if you saw in the briefing of, we're going to get back to the president, in the briefing of the president of what was going on with the strike and how it was going to be handled, everybody in the war room there was wearing a mask. Oh, wait a minute, except for the president who, is positive for COVID with the rebound. Why was he in the briefing room not wearing a mask when everybody else there was?
Wow. Interesting.
I don't know. Yeah. So he's the greatest though. But I don't know. I guess I've beaten on him hard enough. I got to drive around that circle. Maybe I should be careful. I got to do that later on this morning. So maybe I should be careful.
I do know, as far as Pelosi's, if memory serves, I believe in Taiwan, they're like actually 12 hours ahead of us. So they're coming up on 1 o'clock in the afternoon there, where she was supposed to have spent the night Tuesday night, and she's supposed to be meeting with the leader of Taiwan today, which could be taking place at any time now.
All right, so they must have got the bartender all stocked up and got all the different flavors they needed hauled in there, and then they can have a good meeting there. So I shouldn't say things like that. That's really not nice of me. I really shouldn't do that. But oh well, the opportunity was there. I couldn't resist.
Hey, when she had that long trip. Now it's a long flight. They had to do the in-flight refueling. They dropped an extra load of vodka in when they were refueling.
They're in Hawaii. I'm sure they did. So, but anyways, so I guess to get on to some serious stuff there, I did come across during the day there yesterday, there was a lot of tribute videos on TikTok for Turbo Tom there. Quite a few of the racers and race fans had posted a lot of videos, and so anyways, it appeared it appeared, because there was a couple of them that actually showed him on the run where, you know, was the fatal run. But it appeared that one of the videos at the start of his run, they were showing from where the Christmas tree is, looking down the track from behind the truck. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe that might have been Kyle that walked right behind him in the video.
I saw that video, and I say there's a 99 and 9/10% chance you are correct. That was Kyle. Yep.
Yep. So.
And
so
I
anyways,
bet was that from the ultimate call out, the UCC event here a few weeks back.
I don't know which event it was. I don't know the tracks or anything, so
Yeah.
I don't know if that was from the UCC or not. But
I think it was.
There was one of him at the UCC on the dyno.
Yep.
What an impressive view that is of the truck that they have with him on the dyno, and just this. I don't know how they keep the truck tied down, you know, with what they're doing to it, to keep it on the plates to,
Yeah.
you know, be on the dyno. I mean, the thing wants to, you know, just launch like a rocket off of there. So you can only imagine what they did with that other truck there, you know, the other guys there that were wanted to blow up their truck. You can only imagine what that looked like on there. I mean, they probably had to have a couple extra chains on it just to keep it in place. And then of course there was another one from Turbo Tom there during the UCC doing the sled pull out on the dirt, you know, doing the you know, the regular pulling the sled down the track for distance. So it was all pretty amazing what they do, and as we talked about last night, to take, you know, for anybody to take one truck in and do all three of those different events, that you really have to set everything up individually for every event.
Mm-hmm.
So to go in and set up and tune and be at your best for all three of them, that's pretty amazing. So just too bad we lost him way too early for what he was and what he did for that sport the time he was in it. So anyways, I guess that's about the best we can do for that. And I don't know, not a whole lot of other stuff going on there. Just kind of back to the normal. It appears to be going to be dry tonight. I don't know if we have much weather at all coming up or not, but it's one thing if anybody's interested. And I get talking this fire truck stuff now, and I do want to clarify. I'm not in the fire service at this point. I kind of got out of it there probably 20 some years ago, and due to the time of day I work and amount of hours I work, I can't commit myself to the required training that's required from the state. You know, that there's mandated training that you have to have every year, a certain amount of hours of training, and I can't commit myself to be able to get that done. So I don't really participate in it like I'd like to. But you know, the worst part is most of it hasn't changed there. It's still, you know, you go to where the problem is and you spray the water on the fire and you put the fire out, and that's the most you know, about all it is. It hasn't changed in 2,000 years, but you got to get trained a certain amount of hours every year to remember how to do it or something.
Yeah.
I don't understand it completely, but anyways, there's a big muster coming up. Going to have a whole bunch of apparatus in New Jersey, right across the river from Philadelphia. It's Pensacola, I think it is. Pensacola, I think they say it. It's right outside Camden. It's but it's if anybody wants to kind of gain more information, they can either get a hold of you to get a hold of me or whatever. But
Okay.
there's some places to get a hold of it, and I think I might be able to shoot you a link at least, and if you want to post it up, maybe you could even do that on your thing. But there'll be a whole bunch of fire trucks there working. It's alongside a river. They'll have them drafting out of the river, spraying water, and I guess there's a big parade and everything. And so, and one of the chapters of it's kind of like the National Historic Truck Society, but there's a deal for fire apparatus and fire truck owners and enthusiasts that's that type of organization, and so they're a chapter of that, and they have a little museum there in the area. It used to be a firehouse, and so I guess there's a whole bunch of stuff to do, and I don't know, they're going to have a fire memorabilia flea market and everything to go along with it, and so, but that's Sunday from 10 to 3.
Okay.
10 to 3 out here in New Jersey. So As I say, it's right across the river from Philadelphia. I'll have to figure it out there, but it's near Camden, New Jersey. Pensauken, I think it is. These Indians, I tell you, even being from upstate New York, I still got trouble with these Indian names there. I don't know. So, anyways, but so that's about what we got going for you, and I guess we're back to letting you go back out there and look for an intelligent caller, Your Honor.
All right. Well, you asked for an update on Nancy Pelosi and what's going on. Will China have some sort of even military retaliation? Take a listen to the American military news.
This is American military news. Pelosi has landed in Taiwan, and China is beside itself. China's state media reporting that Chinese jet fighters were scrambled across the Taiwan Strait just as the plane carrying U.S. Speaker Nancy Pelosi was touching down in Taipei. The provocative action followed a similar incursion into Taiwan's airspace on Monday. After her arrival, the Chinese military announced that it would be conducting exercises in that area throughout the night. Before Pelosi's arrival, the airport received a bomb threat, and Taiwan officials reported the website of the presidential office was the target of a cyber attack. And China had already banned hundreds of imports from Taiwan as a result of the visit. Tensions had escalated on Monday as Chinese state media released video showcasing the nation's expansive military force. And early Tuesday, the former editor-in-chief and party secretary of the Global Times tweeted out this statement: "Based on what I know, Beijing has formulated a series of countermeasures, including military action." China's foreign minister called the speaker's visit reckless and provocative. Without a doubt, the trip has captured the full attention of the Chinese government and apparently many of its citizens. According to press accounts in China, the U.S. Air Force plane, codenamed Spar 19, believed to be carrying Pelosi, was monitored en route on a flight tracking website by more than 708,000 people in that country, including the Global Times, a state-owned publication. It stands as the website's most tracked flight of all time. Meanwhile, the U.S. has beefed up its presence in the region. 2 capital ships and escorts are operating in the Western Pacific near Taiwan. Included in the group is the aircraft carrier USS Ronald Reagan. While experts agree China is unlikely to take action while Pelosi is on the ground in Taiwan, there is an expectation of retaliation, which could take the form of cyber attacks, a favorite weapon of the Chinese government. Those attacks could target the U.S. financial system, power grids, or other web infrastructures. Taiwan's semiconductor industry is also a huge area of concern. It supplies the majority of computer chips for the world's smartphones, computers, and cars. And any disruption would have massive global consequences, which of course make them a prime target. Stay with AmericanMilitaryNews.com for updates on this developing story. This is American Military News.
So there you go. There's your update. Tense times that we live in. A lot of saber rattling. All right, so we close out hour number 1. Our number 844-844-3388. Get the full news update here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
After a series of delays and protests, the Senate has approved a bill that will help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. The bill, called the Honoring Our Pact Act, will expand healthcare resources and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxic burn pits during their military service. It adds conditions related to burn pit and toxic exposure, including hypertension. Comedian Jon Stewart has become one of the faces of this legislation and has harshly criticized senators.
And look, there are Vietnam veterans on this bill. They've been fighting since the 60s and 70s. People that fought for us, that we all say we support the truth. To pass that bill for them, to give them that moment of exhale.
The bill will now go to President Joe Biden to sign into law. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
An 8-year-old boy whose spine was severed in the shooting at a parade on July 4th has been moved to a rehabilitation-focused hospital after spending nearly a month in a Chicago pediatric intensive care unit.
He's undergone several surgeries since Monday, including one last night, during which doctors were finally able to close up his belly.
That was a family friend speaking on behalf of the Cooper Roberts family. Cooper Roberts was among the 48 people wounded when a gunman opened fire on the Highland Park Independence Day parade. His twin brother, Luke, was hit by shrapnel and his mother was wounded in the leg. An online fundraiser reported more than $1.7 million has been raised towards Cooper's care. 7 people in total were killed that day. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A House oversight panel has subpoenaed gun maker Smith & Wesson for documents on the manufacture and sale of AR-15-style semi-automatic rifles after its CEO refused to appear for a hearing on the firearms frequently used in mass shootings. The House probe found that 5 major gun makers took in a combined total of $1 billion in revenue from the weapons over the past decade, and they were at times marketed as a way for young men to prove their masculinity, even as they became a, quote, weapon of choice for mass shooters. Gunmakers say the weapons themselves aren't to blame for mass shooting, which are on the increase, but rare overall.
The Angels Community Outreach Food Pantry in Pittman, New Jersey has temporarily closed down after running out of food for the first time since opening. The organization's director, Alyssa Darrow, tells Fox News that it's tough when everything costs more.
People that are working, they just don't have enough money at the end of the month to put extra food on the table.
The Consumer Price Index reports grocery prices marked a new 40-year high in June, by rising over 10% since last year. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Yeah, so the other breaking story as we roll into a Wednesday. Ken Scully, as several of our listeners have mentioned, celebrated for his mastery of the graceful phrase and his gift for storytelling during those 67 summers that he served as the announcer for Dodgers baseball, first in Brooklyn and then in Los Angeles. Passing away at his home this past day at 94. His death was announced by the LA Dodgers. For all the Dodgers' marquee players since World War II, Scully was the enduring face of the franchise, a national sports treasure, broadcasting for CBS and NBC. He called baseball's Game of the Week, All-Star Game, playoffs, and more than 24 World Series. Back in 2009, the American Sportscasters Association voted him #1 on their top 50 list of sportscasters of all time. But started broadcasting at Ebbets Field back in 1950. And when he was a slender, red-haired 22-year-old graduate of Fordham University, the protege of Red Barber. When the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles in 1958, fans at the Coliseum brought along handheld transistor radios. Remember those days? So Vin Scully could guide him through the pioneering days of Major League Baseball on the West Coast. Bob Costas says, I regard him, all things considered, as the master of radio and television. Recalling listening to Mr. Scully with a transistor radio under his pillow as a youngster in Los Angeles back in the early 1960s. I'd call him the best baseball announcer ever. According to the New York Times, Scully offered no gimmicks or shunned trite expressions. Tommy Lasorda, a longtime LA manager, claimed to bleed Dodger blue, but Mr. Scully was never a cheerleader. He called the play-by-play for the Dodgers' local TV and radio broadcast without a color analyst. Lest he lose his direct connection to the viewers, he invited them to pull up a chair. Now, the Dodgers largely limited their broadcast to radio in their early years in LA, but they gradually expanded television coverage, and Mr. Scully called all 9 innings of their telecasts. Started simulcasting on radio for the first 3 innings of every games back in 2000. And in his later years, he kind of limited himself to broadcasting home games and Western road trips. He might go to San Diego. He might go up to Seattle. A poll of fans conducted by the Dodgers in 1976. Mr. Scully was voted the most memorable personality from the team's first 2 decades in L.A. 1982 elected to the Broadcasters Wing of the Baseball Hall of Fame. 1995 received an Emmy Award for Lifetime Achievement in Sports Broadcasting. He was a celebrity beyond the baseball world as well. Actually, the Grand Marshal of the Tournament of Roses Parade in Pasadena, California, on New Year's Day back in 2015. Now, they say he narrated a succession of big events, baseball history, and he knew when to remain quiet. He was at the microphone in 1955 when the Brooklyn Dodgers won their only World Series championship, and in 1956 when Don Larson of the Yankees pitched a perfect game against the Dodgers in the World Series. When Sandy Koufax retired all 27 Chicago Cubs batters at Dodger Stadium September 9 of 1965, Mr. Scully placed his stamp on the moment. On the scoreboard in right field, it's 9:46 in the city of Los Angeles, California, in a crowd of 29,139 just sitting in to see the only pitcher in baseball history to hurl 4 no-hit, no-run games. And he's done it 4 straight years, and now he caps in. On his fourth no-hitter, he made it a perfect game. And Sandy Koufax, whose name will always remind you of strikeouts, did it with a flurry. He struck out the last 6 consecutive batters. So when he wrote his name in capital letters in the record books, that K stands out even more than OUFAX. Yeah, they've got more. Remembering Vin Scully. All right, it's 12 past the hour. Lines available. What's on your mind? Hump Day. It's 844-844-3388. 5-7 Chevy. Hey there.
Hey, that's something I've never been accused of. The talent of knowing when to stay silent.
You think?
Yeah, so I guess that's pretty cool to have that in your epitaph. I've got to confront my radio hero. I mean, last night we was talking about I guess it was Indiana State Police now got a system where they're looking into vehicles as you're going down the road, whatnot. And I was saying, great, now it's legal voyeurism. Well, Pappy calls up and tries using a little bit of that legal mumble jumbo, saying voyeurism is
for sexual gratification.
Sexual gratification. And he says, and I didn't have anything to worry about. Well, I'll have you know, my 72-year-old wife of 40 years still refuses to allow me to go out in the front yard and pull out the trash bin to the side of the road in my underwear. She's afraid some women are going to carry me off. You know what I'm saying? She says I'm a catch. So there you go. And who's to say? Now, just because you don that uniform does not take away your humanity. I mean, officers of the law are given to their frailties. You know what I'm saying? So who's to say that I'm driving along in this old Kenworth, and they come along and take a picture of me as I'm going down the road, some female, lonesome, lovelorn female Indianapolis state trooper doesn't get a gander on this well-fed manhood, if you know what I'm saying. And all of a sudden there's a little bit of a dew rise up on the lily, if you know what I'm saying. So, does that mean she has to turn herself in for a crime? How about it? So there you go. My wife says I'm a catch. So other than that, we're just going to sit back. Hey, I had to defend my honor, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's not.
Other than that, we're going to sit back.
She ain't telling the truth. The only reason she don't want you out there in your underwear, she's afraid you might get arrested for indecent exposure.
I told her if 4 fat women in a Toyota kidnap me out there, give me 10 minutes. She goes, no problem, they'll bring you back. She ain't going to waste the phone call. All right, 5-7 on the side. We're going to copy.
Out. 5-7 out. There you go. Let me see here. I guess Horse Feathers was mentioning Biden without a mask. And Scooter said Biden announced the terrorist killing alone from the balcony of the Blue Room in the White House, not in the War Room. All right. But in light of that announcement, the State Department actually warning Americans overseas to be on high alert. The killing of the al-Qaeda leader Ayman al-Zawahiri over the weekend. In a statement, the State Department said there is a higher potential for anti-American violence after his death. Current information suggests terrorist groups are plotting attacks against U.S. interest in multiple regions across the globe. Such attacks, the State Department said, may employ a wide variety of tactics, including suicide operations, assassinations, kidnappings, hijackings, and bombings. As terrorist attacks, political violence, including demonstrations, criminal activities, and other security incidents often take place without any warning. U.S. citizens are strongly encouraged to maintain a high level of vigilance, Practice good situational awareness when you travel abroad. Now, they went on to advise U.S. citizens abroad to monitor the local news and maintain contact with the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate. If you're planning a trip overseas, State Department said you should consult country-specific travel advisories and information pages on travel.state.gov, the website. But of course, the announcement was it was a U.S. drone strike in Afghanistan over the weekend that killed al-Zawahiri. This is the guy that actually helped Osama bin Laden plot the September 11 attacks in 2001 on the U.S., and he helped al-Qaeda survive and spread in the years after. By finding and striking al-Zawahiri, the president said, we were ensuring that Afghanistan under the Taliban will never again become a base for attacks on the rest of the world like it was in 2001. And we've got very, very limited intelligence on the ground there in Afghanistan. And I would suggest, for all practical purposes, I think Afghanistan is either already or fast becoming again, actually the plotting ground for terror attacks against the West. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, plenty of room for you on the phones as well. Jump on in. Again, 844-844-3388. Who we got checking in? Morning, Steve. Bolt checking in. 68 degrees in Kaiser, West Virginia. Just finishing up work for the night. Wishing everybody a wonderful night and be safe out there. There's Buckwheat listening in with 72 degrees in Ephrata, PA. Got a 3:30 a.m. appointment in the Bronx for a couple of skids of ice cream. Oh, joy. Hello, Snuffy and Granny. For your information, Steve, we're coming to you live in Cheyenne, Wyoming, going to Oklahoma. That convoy you were talking about in Indiana, that was Fort Wayne, Indiana. And we were there with you. You know what? I do recall. Yes, Snuffy and Granny were there. Yeah, made the run over to participate in the convoy there. Let's see. Big guys on board. Sad night. He said, God won't make another one anywhere close to Vin Scully. Leonard is on board. 63 degrees in Niagara Falls, New York this morning. Right. I mentioned a couple of tornadoes that were confirmed this past day. 2 confirmed tornadoes, southwestern Pennsylvania and nearby West Virginia. These were the storms Monday night, damaging several homes and barns, tearing off roofs and siding, uprooting trees. As some strong storms moved through the region, no injuries reported, but crews on the scene in Dallas, West Virginia, about 50 miles southwest of Pittsburgh, sharing images of roofs demolished, debris scattered about by the first of 2 twisters. Storm damage survey conducted by the National Weather Service yesterday confirms it was an EF2 strength, packing winds up to 120 miles per hour. Touched down a little after 7 o'clock in the evening Eastern Time, traveling east nearly 2 miles, traveling through Ohio and Marshall counties in West Virginia before moving into Washington County in Pennsylvania, about 40 miles south of Pittsburgh. For approximately 4 minutes, the tornado traveled at a maximum width of 350 yards, peak winds between 111 and 120 miles per hour. Video taken in Washington County near the West Virginia border, shared with WTRF TV out of Wheeling, showed the twister touching down in West Findlay Township. All right, what else we got here? The second much weaker tornado was estimated at an EF0 strength by the National Weather Service. That one came through Greene County in Pennsylvania, touching down just southeast of Graysville, little after 7:30 Eastern Time. According to the National Weather Service survey team, it carved a path about 1.2 miles, maximum width about 150 yards, peak winds of 85 miles per hour. The tornado also carved up some local forestry. The storms that passed through that region, producing the second and third tornadoes of the year in the National Weather Service's Pittsburgh warning area. So that region. All right, it is 844-3388. Yes, a clarification?
Yeah, I guess so. I wasn't speaking of the president not wearing the mask when he was out on the balcony of the Blue Room. I was speaking of when he was in either the Situation Room or War Room, whatever it was, with the group of high officials there when they were discussing the strike before it happened. And the officials we could see on screen were all wearing masks, and the president was sitting front and center with no mask in the Situation Room before the strike had taken place. So it wasn't the announcement to the American people later on, when he was doing the out there on the balcony of the Blue Room. So it was the before the strike happened is what I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And of course he was fully positive with the rebound and all that, having COVID. So, but anyways, so last night here I kind of meant to ask you about this. We had a report of a golf cart with a patrol unit behind it out on the interstate. Now, did you get any more information about that? I mean, were there any granny panties tied to this golf cart? I mean, is Hillbilly Tex, do we know do we have a confirmation of where Hillbilly Tex might be located at this point?
We may need to get the investigative crew out on that. You may be onto something there.
I'm just thinking, and when I heard that report of a patrol unit sitting behind a golf cart there out on the interstate there, I just, the first sign would be if there was a pair of granny panties attached to it there, so
Yep.
I didn't know. Maybe we can get some more information about that. And I guess the last question I got for you is, I was climbing back into the truck there from the beginning of your show, and you were saying something about Corporal Norm there. I missed all what you said except for, his name, and you were talking about getting the first challenge going there with that convoy that you just said with Snuffy and Granny out there in Indiana.
Yeah,
so
that was
if you wouldn't mind,
kind of like the top
repeating
story. Corporal Norm passed away last week.
that. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yep.
Best to all his relatives and family members, and I guess everybody he touched, because he did all that Special Olympic convoys and that.
Exactly.
He spearheaded a lot of them, and
That's what I was kind of highlighting, the fact that I don't believe he ever, because his dream, I guess, was to host the world's largest truck con. Now, hundreds of convoys, took place from what he had organized, but I never got to go down in the record books because, you guys there in PA with the Mother's Day convoy, held the record for the actual world's largest convoy. But, Norm got to participate in, hundreds of convoys over the years.
Oh, absolutely. And there was actually, I know they did one over in Delaware that was towards the fall, and I wanted to try to get over to that, and just things didn't work out logistically to be able to make it over there. But yeah, I never got a chance to meet him. I definitely would have liked to met him, and gotten some information from him, about being involved in that and how to do fundraising and what kind of goes into all that, and try to get some better ideas, because we're working on trying to do bigger, better, and all that. And to everybody that did donate to me, I got a list there now from Make-A-Wish. I got my final tally sheet and list, so I actually have everybody's names and emails there that did make donations. And if you haven't heard me say thank you 100 times that I have, again, thank you. And I'm going to get off the procrastination bench and actually get some in writing emails to say thank you out to everybody too. So we'll get that done here hopefully within the next couple weeks, and get them out into email. But again, anybody that helped me support what I did, that had Hot Shot Secret help support Make-A-Wish and everything, just thank you again. And just to let you know, I'm getting ready to gear right back up. We're getting ready for Mother's Day 2023, May 14th, I believe it is. So
the years all start running together, don't they? I mean, all right, Horse Feathers up against the news break, bottom of the hour. Big Ed, I know you're out there. I don't know if he's got us tuned in or not, but I see your post. He shared a few comments here just a few minutes ago about Corporal Norm. So we'll share that coming up. Give us a ring, Ed. Big Ed, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News.
At least 4 people have died and more than 100 homes, sheds, and other buildings have burned in California's McKinney fire since it erupted last Friday. Officials have confirmed that rain on Sunday and Monday helped firefighters as they worked to control the spread of the fire, but the blaze remained out of control. The fire is growing to become one of California's largest wildfires so far this year.
I think the biggest thing for us to think about is how dry these conditions are. Every strike has a greater potential right now to start a fire.
Adrian Freeman of the U.S. Forest Service. The Senate has approved a bill that allows families of public safety officers who die by suicide to seek death benefits, sending the measure to President Biden's desk for his signature. This is USA Radio News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's promo code EARN. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a $5 bonus.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back. Again, lines wide open here. It's 844-844-3388. Big Ed. So one of these days, I'll need to share the story of how this true hero in law enforcement helped myself achieve what I consider to be one of the biggest achievements I accomplished in my life. As is Norm, never a brighter star on humanity will outshine the things you did for the Special Olympics. Allowing myself and my mutual friend, Melinda, a.k.a. Stormy, to work with you and the Dallas Police Department to achieve success in our endeavor to make a difference in the lives of so many deserving people. Yeah, I know what he's referring to. Going back in time, I remember the gender challenge. Yeah, who's better? Who's a better truck driver? Is it the men? Is it the women? Yeah, Big Ed and Stormy got to participate there at the Great American Truck Show, Dallas, Texas. And yeah, Corporal Norm kind of got that all put together and worked with the Dallas Police Department to actually come out there and block the roads off and help participate in the gender challenge. To achieve success in an endeavor to make a difference, we will always be at the top of my accomplished professional life, as well with Melinda. We owe it all to you, Norm. Thank you, sir. Rest in peace. You will be missed. Your friend, Big Ed. Yeah, I remember the gender challenge. Those were fun times. What was it? First year, that was half pint. And I can't remember the guy's name that participated in that first year. I think Big Ed and Stormy were the second year's gender challenge. But good times, fun times. Man, it was hot out there, though. In the blazing sun, Dallas, Texas, on an August afternoon. All right. Very fine print. See if I can get through this. No handle, Dave, trying to help out some of the drivers out there. Steve, I know a lot of drivers use I-70 in Indiana, so this may affect a lot of your listeners. This is just east of Indy in the construction zone where they're widening I-70. There are numerous new warehouses in the area, along with a major truck stop. So if you have to get off, you're going to have to get on US 40 to Mount Comfort Road, also known as County Road 600, and run that north over to 70, or you could run 70 east to exit 104, then kind of flip back around and head back west. Now, they already have the eastbound entrance ramp closed at the same location. Anyway, on a side note, for that construction zone going in both directions, they've got signs up saying trucks use left lane. And I can't tell you how many trucks I see every day in my commute driving in the right lane. Please, drivers, use the left lane. I also wish there was a way we could communicate with other four-wheelers going through there. In my four-wheeler, on my way home Monday night, I followed this four-wheeler through there in the right lane, going east, who actually got up to the rear corner of a semi that was in the left lane and proceeded to just hang out there. I was frustrated because he was holding up traffic, but the bigger issue was the danger he was putting himself in. Yeah, the eastbound side, you're stuck between two Jersey walls. So if something would have happened to either the truck or the idiot that decided to pace the truck, I mean, it could have been very, very bad. The lanes are plenty wide enough, so it's not like it's a tight squeeze. But after getting over the frustration from holding up traffic, I felt bad for the semi because I know I hate when four-wheelers do that to me. He probably would have got a little courtesy trailer wiggle if it would have been me to either back off or get around me, if you know what I mean. Okay. Footnote here, the last caller on the program last night mentioned heartburn and acid reflux. Omeprazole. I guess that's a generic. Someone said it's a generic for Pepsid, I believe it was. He said, I've been using this for years. Haven't had an issue since I started using it. You can either get a prescription for it or just buy it over the counter. Yeah, they're both the same. I actually get the prescription because it's more affordable because my insurance covers most of it. I'll be listening into the podcast again during the day. So looking forward to another great show as always. Stay safe out there. Overnight Drive Nation. There you go, from No Handle Dave. And it is 844-844-3388. Well, hello, Rambler.
Well, praise God, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. And, I called in at the tail end of the show last night, wanted to wish the two-time Bull Haulers champion, Lauren Weiss, happy 24-year anniversary. To be hauling bulls, if he's done that for 24 years, that is a tough, tough profession to be in because, a lot of people say, well, them bull haulers, they're all running high rate of fuel consumption. I'm like, yeah, you have to. You got to get them, you got to get that livestock from point A to point B, and after about 5 or 6 hours, they need feed, they need water. So yeah. And so, Lauren, hats off to you. Congratulations on running 24 years. Corporal Norm, I never met him, Steve, but, what a loss. What a loss. I think about the Special Olympics. My son has competed in the Special Olympics, little Rambler. And I know Buckwheat's son, Ashton, has competed in the Special Olympics, and he's a special young man. And, we mentioned Corporal Norm. We got to mention Brooklyn. Brooklyn was a big part of getting that first convoy organized, too. And Sylvester from Down Under will also.
Yep.
Yoda. I remember was one truck show for the Special Olympics, I believe it was, where Yoda got his head shaved.
Yep.
And sat there and got his head shaved while sucking on a lollipop, if I'm not mistaken. And God, I remember Snuffy and Granny. I remember the company they used to be with, that Great Pumpkin Patch from Green Bay, Wisconsin, wouldn't let them participate. So they had to go and drop their trailers somewhere, and got to a bobtail. And I remember your old man was furious about it.
Yeah.
Didn't call them out by name, but
yeah.
Gave the description of the trailer number and all that stuff. And memories. But I remember Brooklyn was real big on that and helping get organized. Before I get off here, and if I get choked up, y'all forgive me. July 31st made 2 years that I can't say our because I'm not a broadcaster, but 2 years ago, July 31st, this industry lost a icon, and we lost a legend. Man by the name of William Smith, but that's how I know him. You know him as Bill Mack. I knew Bill Mack personally. I love the man. What a genuine human being he really was. That song Blue that he says he wrote for Leanne Rhymes, and she's so snooty she won't even sing it at her live shows. You know, I mean, he was already doing pretty good money wise, but that song put him into another stratosphere. And you know, I went back on YouTube and I watched the Grammy when he won the Grammy and his speech that he made, and you know, just to be able to go and eat dinner. You know, here I am, little old nobody, 20-something-year-old truck driver going to the GAT show, and you know they're packing up, leaving, and Sweet Cindy stops me and says, and she called me Rambler. I told her, I said, well, my real name is Terry, you know.
Yeah.
And she says, come with us. We're going to Joe T. Garcia's. Bill really likes you. I really like you. I want you to come eat dinner with us. And if that wasn't the highlight, it was about 15 of us. Drivers went with Bill Mack, and we went to Joe T. Garcia's and we ate. And you know, the biggest highlight was when I got invited out to his house, and wow, you know, getting to see his studio, his memorabilia. You know, the only thing that would have been better than that was if Ray Price would have been there, because Ray Price is one of my all-time favorites. But you know, what a legend. What a stand-up guy, a genuine, good-hearted man who was rich but didn't act like it, didn't live like it. You would have never would have known. He was just down-to-earth guy. And, you know, I get kind of choked up because I really miss my friend. I really miss Bill. And, you know, let's not forget Bill. Let's not forget Brooklyn, Yoda, so many others, Gorilla, that we lost that's made an impact on our industry. And, you know, and like Corporal Norm, who was never even a truck driver.
Right.
He never even driven a truck. But yet he had love for this industry and the profession that he was in. And he had love for children that were special needs. And, you know, that's the important thing, love. Man, Steve, before I get off here, where would we be? And I'm not trying to, you know, when I mention love, I ain't talking about going and smoking the devil's lettuce and peace, love, and dope and all this stuff and love and harmony. And, you know, I'm talking about the love of Christ, you know, the love of Christ. Where would we be today if we didn't have this? That's what Christian means, Christ-like. We should strive to be Christ-like every day. There's people like Bill Mack, Corporal Norm, they were Christ-like. You know, we all come up short, Steve. Ain't neither one of us perfect. Ain't neither one of us perfect, and we all come up short. But we still wake up striving to be Christ. I know I do. Strive to be Christ-like every day. And God's children, before I get off here, love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, I know Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And Steve, I would love to be able to find the performance of your dad, you, Dave Nemo, and Bill Mack singing, I guess it was God Bless America from the XM live that y'all did. That was truly awesome. I hadn't searched YouTube, but that would be awesome to find that. Anyways, God bless God's children, and we'll shout at you later. Brother Rambler out.
I was pretty young, wet behind the ears as far as the trucking broadcast biz at that point in time. But yeah, it was just a complete honor to I think that was in Dallas. It's a Great American Truck Show, I believe, where we had the Sirius XM booth, and they got all four of us together, and we got to sit there and chat a little bit. Yep. Boy, the memories, like you say, Rambler. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Several people have posted little tidbits. It looks like a snapshot from Forbes magazine. Talking about the Mega Millions, the $1 billion winner, right? It says, congratulations to the Internal Revenue Service on winning the $846.3 million Mega Millions jackpot. Now, that was actually $1.28 billion ticket if they took it over the 29-year, 30-year annuity or whatever. So I guess the cash payout, the cash option, was $846.3 million, of which the winner, the actual winner, will get $433.7 million after taxes. So you do the math. Yeah, the IRS sucking up damn near half of that $846.3 million from the winner. So that makes sense. Robert Wood is a senior contributor to Forbes, who says, yeah, congratulations to the Internal Revenue Service. The big winners in the Mega Millions. Isn't that sick? Absolutely sick. All right, about 6 before the hour. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of industry headlines. All right, we continue to see. It's good that prices are coming down a bit, right? But still got a ways to go. As far as diesel is concerned, even with the down, you're still more than $1.75 higher than you were this time a year ago per gallon. National average down for the 6th consecutive week, according to the latest numbers from the Energy Information Administration, though. The August 1 report showing national average for a gallon of diesel now at $5.13 per gallon, which is down about 13 cents from the previous week, but still $1.77 more than a year ago. So still in excess of $5 per gallon. Largest price drop was the West Coast minus California, where the average price is 21 cents lower than last week. The Rocky Mountain region also saw a decline of more than 20 cents. Every other region saw a drop of 10 cents or more, with the exception of New England, which was down right about 7.5 cents. The Gulf Coast average price is at $4.80 per gallon. So that's where you'll find the lowest prices in the nation. Gulf Coast region, $4.80 per gallon. All right, let's see. Get back to the calls. Good morning, Eagle. What's happening out there?
I'm out here on the road right now, trying to make this money. It's still pretty good out here right now, Steve. Trucking business, for me it is. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for all truck drivers, but things are going real good right now. You know, I want to say one thing right quick, Steve, before I get started. You know, this loser that we got in the White House, he likes to say that that he's created all these jobs since he's been in the White House. But I just want to inform the American people of what's really going on with good old Joe Biden. The only thing that's going on is all the people that had sat out during the coronavirus, that refused to take coronavirus tests, this and that. All those people are going back to work now. No new jobs have been created by this liar in the White House, Steve. Those jobs are just jobs that were eliminated during the coronavirus, and now they're being occupied again because people are going back to work. So don't be fooled by this liar, this lie that this guy is telling. Just so people know that. But you know something, Steve? Remember I told you 2 or 3 nights ago, and I knew it was going to happen. You have to call these people's bluffs, and now you see that China is nothing but a bunch of hot air, just like Vladimir Putin over there in Russia, just like Fat Boy over there in North Korea. All of them are nothing but hot air. And don't let me forget about that guy over there in Iran, the other big mouth that's talking about nuclear weapons. See, here's the deal, Steve. Here's the deal. All 4 of these countries that I just named off, all these people realize all these threats that they're making towards the USA, we got the same technology, we got the same missiles, we got the same nuclear technology they have, and we can wipe them off the map just like they can wipe us off the map. And they know deep down in their heart, Steve, they're not going to push that button to release one of those missiles because they know that it'll be the end of them too. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about what happened with Nancy Pelosi just today. You know, the Chinese government claimed that they were going to shoot the plane down out of the sky. They wasn't going to allow her to go into Taiwan. And guess what? Almost 24 hours later, nothing has transpired. Nothing has happened, just like I figured it wouldn't happen. So, like I said before, Steve, you can let these countries issue all the threats. Joe Biden, you never hear me give Joe Biden or anybody in the White House credit. I will give them credit this time, Steve. They really, Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi or whoever made this decision actually showed some guts for once in the 2 years they've been in the White House and actually called the Chinese government's bluff and flew Nancy into Taiwan just to see what these idiots would do. And just like I figured, they wouldn't do nothing. So the next step that we need to take with China, Steve, is to stop doing business with these people, just like Donald Trump said a long time ago when he was in the White House. Stop doing business with these people. Stop, get some of these factories and warehouses out of China back into the USA where they belong to begin with. Because we got too much, we rely way too much on these people, Steve, and that's the reason why they continue to have this attitude that they're doing us a favor. And I like it, So you have to call these people's bluff at this point, Steve, because nothing is gonna happen. I've seen it. I just sat back and watched over the last couple of days just to see what was gonna happen, and just like I said, nothing happened. Now here's the deal. Here's the deal with Joe Biden, Steve. Because I'm really fed up with this guy. And then now, I gave him a compliment. Now I'm back on talking bad about him again. See, here's the deal, Steve, with this guy. People, I told you the other night about what's really going on. We have right now in America, Steve, it's an embarrassment. I looked at a video the other day about California, and the homeless population in California is totally out of control, Steve. I'm talking about L.A., San Diego, San Francisco, the three major cities, and it's like a homeless encampment because the rents are so expensive. The people cannot afford to live there, but yet Joe Biden continues to send money over to Ukraine, to a country, and $40-50 million at a pop, when he could be sending this money into American cities like Los Angeles or San Diego or some of these other impoverished places. It makes no sense. I told you this before, Steve. You have to take care of number one first, and number one is the USA, not Ukraine. And one other thing before I finish up, I'm back on the bandwagon again and giving Joe Biden the credit, whether he did it, made the decision or not. They took out this idiot that had the nerve to work with Osama bin Laden to take down the towers in 2001, and they put him in his place, and now he's no longer with us, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing, that they eliminated this guy. Sends a message to these type of people in Afghanistan or wherever these people come from, that we're out there looking for you, my man, and we're going to take you out if we get a chance to get our hands on you. And that I will give Joe Biden credit for giving the okay to take out that loser, and that loser should have been gone a long time ago. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, thank you much, Eagle. Hey, we got wide open lines as we hit the top of the hour. Long way to go. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
After a series of delays and protests, the Senate has approved a bill that will help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. The bill, called the Honoring Our Pact Act, will expand healthcare resources and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxic burn pits during their military service. It adds conditions related to burn pit and toxic exposure, including hypertension. Comedian Jon Stewart has become one of the faces of this legislation and has harshly criticized senators.
Look, there are Vietnam veterans on this bill. They've been fighting since the 60s and 70s. People that fought for us, that we all say we support the truth. To pass that bill for them, to give them that moment of exhale.
The bill will now go to President Joe Biden to sign into law. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
An 8-year-old boy whose spine was severed in the shooting at a parade on July 4th has been moved to a rehabilitation-focused hospital after spending nearly a month in a Chicago pediatric intensive care unit.
She's undergone several surgeries since Monday, including one last night, during which doctors were finally able to close up his belly.
That was a family friend speaking on behalf of the Cooper Roberts family. Cooper Roberts was among the 48 people wounded when a gunman opened fire on the Highland Park Independence Day parade. His twin brother, Luke, was hit by shrapnel and his mother was wounded in the leg. An online fundraiser reported more than $1.7 million has been raised towards Cooper's care. 7 people in total were killed that day. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A House oversight panel has subpoenaed gun maker Smith & Wesson for documents on the manufacture and sale of AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles after its CEO refused to appear for a hearing on the firearms frequently used in mass shootings. The House probe found that 5 major gun makers took in a combined total of $1 billion in revenue from the weapons over the past decade, and they were at times marketed as a way for young men to prove their masculinity, even as they became a, quote, weapon of choice for mass shooters. Gun makers say the weapons themselves aren't to blame for mass shooting, which are on the increase, but rare overall.
The Angels Community Outreach Food Pantry in Pittman, New Jersey has temporarily closed down after running out of food for the first time since opening. The organization's director, Alyssa Darrow, tells Fox News that it's tough when everything costs more.
People that are working, they just don't have enough money at the end of the month to put extra food on the table.
The Consumer Price Index reports grocery prices marked a new 40-year high in June, by rising over 10% since last year. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
The Emax winning streak in Unlimited reaches 5. Angry Farmer shines twice in diesel trucks, as does the Farmall in minis. And with Fort Recovery and Brandenburg now in the rearview, all eyes are on a relocated Rockwell. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. 8 Premier level divisions were in action this past weekend across 2 locations. In Brandenburg, Kentucky, the Meade County Grand National saw 8 different winners over its 2 nights. In Superfarm, Ryan Anderson of Hoopeston, Illinois, pulled into a tie atop the standings with his checking out on Friday, only to have Berrien Springs, Michigan's Stan Warda cut that knot with Hammer and Hank in a win on Saturday. In light superstock, Adam Spiegelberg of Weyowega, Wisconsin, upped his point lead to 4 aboard Detonator Black with a win in a second. Postville, Iowa's Marcus Wedelson topped Spiegelberg in Session 2 to notch his 7th win at that facility with gunpowder and lead. In two-wheel drive, defending champion Clay Chastain forestalled the Petro family's continued dominance in western Kentucky. Chastain's fistful of dollars from Brownstown, Indiana, notched his first regular season win after claiming the Ederle pull-off last season. Brent Seacrest's Nothing Easy About It from Salina, Ohio, was the Saturday winner. And in Pro Stock, Danny Schmucker of Louisville and Mike Connie of Beloit, 2 Ohio towns just 20 miles apart, upped their win totals to 4 and 3 on the season with Rampage and Mac Nasty, respectively. Meanwhile, in a burg on the other end of the Buckeye State, 4 other Grand National classes were doing battle at Ambassador Park in Fort Recovery. In Superstock Diesel, Marengo, Iowa's Travis Schlabach and his Bone Twister were first and second to hold their lead at 14 points over Saturday winner Kent Payne of Veedersburg, Indiana, and his Super Rooster. In Mini, two-time defending champion Ken Veeney's first two outings of the year were stuff befitting a legend. The Wadsworth, Ohioan lapped the field twice by a combined 36 feet with his funny little farmall in a dominant welcome back to competition. Todd Dugan's Angry Shine Chevrolet is back on its game in a big way after a weekend sweep. The charge has put Dugan's truck just 5 points back of last year's titleist Justin Gerhardt and cream of the crop. And in Unlimited, Joe Ader has continued his scorching path to a potential third straight title. His Emax, formerly Polar Air, from North Collins, New York, will head into the final 5-hook stretch with a 5-hook winning streak and a 13-point lead. That span begins in Rockwell, Iowa, where the formerly early July North Iowa Nationals has moved to the first weekend of August, the 4th through the 6th, for 5 awesome sessions and 26 divisions. You can stream it all from the comfort of home at ntpa.tv at noon and 6 p.m. Central, or visit rockwellialions.com for ticket and camping information. And to find out who's polling and how they did, you'll want to browse over to ntpapull.com. We've got the national and state schedules, national results, and point standings kept up to the minute on dozens of national races. Regional events continue most nights of the week through early September, so there's still lots of season left to go. Beginning this Thursday, August 4th in Monroe, Michigan, Friday, August 5th in Eaton and Urbana, Ohio, Saturday, August 6th in Lisbon, Ohio, and Sunday, August 7th, with 2 sessions in Langford, New York. Again, that's ntpapull.com for all the info. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, so the NTPA back in action. They're coming up this weekend. Well, this is, Wednesday the 3rd. So actually, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, August 4th through the 6th, according to the schedule I'm looking at here. That means Josh will be headed toward Iowa, I would assume, today. Because he's actually going he's going to drive the truck and haul that vendor booth to the Rockwell, Iowa for the NTPA North Iowa Nationals. Again, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, this weekend. Chamber Acres. So if you're going to make it to the NTPA Nationals there in Iowa this weekend, make sure to stop by the booth, say hello to Josh. So one of our listening friends stopped by to see Josh last weekend. He said, and I had my Steve Sommers Overnight Drive t-shirt on, supporting the show. Thank you very much. I don't mention it nearly often enough. You can get your Steve Sommers Overnight Drive gear, t-shirts, hats, got the travel mugs. You keep that ice for like 24 hours in your travel mug. Got the Hot Shot Secret Studio on one side and the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive logo on the other. Nice mugs. OvernightDriveRadio.com. That's the website. Just click on shop. Meanwhile, Kyle's back out again. Now it's a short drive. Kyle, of course, lives there in Columbus, Ohio, and that's where the action's going to be this weekend. Now, it looks like this is just a Saturday only, August the 6th. But it's out to National Trail Raceway right there in Columbus, Ohio. They'll have the booth set up there. The World Series of No Prep. It's Ohio Grudge Racing's Uncaged. It's number 4 of 7. So again, after a, obviously shortened weekend there last weekend in Tennessee with the horrific loss of one of the Hot Shot Secret sponsored racers in the accident there that Kyle did confirm to me that actually occurred on Friday night, and they canceled the rest of Friday night and canceled the rest of the weekend event. So didn't have any racing there on Saturday after that horrific accident. Haven't really heard anything further since then. And also haven't got an update. Kyle may be joining us this Friday morning. I know Chris had a conflict scheduling conflict to be with us for our Friday morning show. Either that or we may bump into the following weekend. I got to get a clarification on that. So, and some of what's going to be going on with our Hot Shot Secrets sponsored pulling and racers coming up this weekend. See, because it's already hump day midweek upon us. Speaking of Columbus, there's Rick waking up this morning on that first cup of coffee here just a few minutes ago. Hope everybody had an awesome day yesterday. All right. Good to have you on board, Rick in Columbus. James says, looks like Arizona's having some issues with vote counting in the Republican primary. Mail-in ballots? Here we go again in Arizona. I'm trying to see if I can pull the rest of that story up there. I did see something about some issues. So what's going on? Can't we get this right? Arizona was one of those states that had all kind of problems with the 2020 election, the big investigation. Come on, get it right, Arizona, for crying out loud. It's 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you. As you're hearing in the news breaks there, top and bottom of the hour. I'm sure 5757 Chevy is probably happy to hear that this bill expanding, should I say, health care coverage for veterans that have been sickened by gases from the toxic burn pits, as they call them. Indeed, finally passed the Senate this past evening. Burn pits to dispose of waste, which I guess for many, many years on foreign bases, they did it all the way up till the 2010s. It hasn't been that many years since they stopped doing this. But they say fumes from burning everything from rubber, chemical waste, ammunitions, and human fecal matter have caused rare cancers and respiratory illness in numerous veterans. The bill initially passed the Senate with the support of 33 Republicans and 50 Democrats, got held up by a technical error that the House swiftly corrected. The Senate's final approval last week was expected to be a routine vote, they say, after Democrats announced a deal with their caucus on an unrelated climate and tax bill that would not require bipartisan support. There was apparently a group of Republican senators that abruptly changed their position and voted against the corrected bill. Now, that was just hours after the Democrats made that announcement about the whole climate change, the deal with Joe Manchin, right? That kind of PO'd some of the Republicans in the Senate. So it was kind of a retribution. But ultimately, the legislation did pass this past evening. Final vote was 86 yays and 11 nays. So there were a handful that voted against it. Meanwhile, we got a couple of other industry headlines before we get to back to your calls here this Wednesday morning. Starting in the state of Connecticut, where state police say they placed a truck driver out of service after striking a bridge this past day. Lisbon, Connecticut. Yeah, what do you call it? One of those can opener kind of incidents that ripped the entire roof off the trailer as it went under the bridge. The state police took to social media to say, well, who would have guessed that a 13-1 trailer can't fit under a 12-7 bridge? Go figure. They said this is the 9th time a truck has become damaged or disabled hitting this bridge. Following the bridge strike, though, the commercial vehicle inspection was performed, where they uncovered 7 violations, leading for the driver to be placed out of service along with other enforcement action. You know, whether you're in a commercial vehicle or a passenger vehicle, be observant of the posted signs and advisories when you travel the roadways. Yep, that math doesn't add up. 13-1 doesn't fit under a 12-7, right? I guess maybe he was hoping the 12-7 may have been off a little bit and he could sneak through. That didn't end well. Truck driver arrested here a few weeks ago. Police discovering a collection of wild animals at his home in Florida. A couple of deer, apparently, that he transported in the cab of his truck. It's kind of comical. I don't think he thought he was doing anything wrong. 30-year-old truck driver, Ariam Rodriguez Diaz, arrested at his home in Naples, Florida, after receiving a call reporting an individual in possession of some live white-tailed deer, according to the Naples Daily News. When police responded to the call, Diaz showed the officers around his property. During the tour, officers observed several different types of migratory birds in bird cages, 8 Canadian geese, a couple of white-tailed deer. He had his own little farm thing going, right? As he was taking officers around, he asked them is it illegal to have the deer? Well, they asked if he had any type of permit for them, which obviously he did not have. He went on to explain to officers he got the deer at a rest stop in Ohio. I was doing a pre-trip on my truck one morning and noticed a couple of little fawns there. He coaxed them actually into the cab of his truck and took them home to Florida. Yeah, he said the 2 deer actually stayed in his sleeper with him for the duration of the trip. Okay. He was ultimately arrested on 20 illegal wildlife possession counts. Bonded out last week. He's due in court August the 17th. He said, I don't think he realized he was doing anything wrong. No harm, no foul. Well, apparently not. It is 844-844-3388 to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Now, what I can find out of Arizona from AZ Central says ink on the ballots
and ballot shortages at some polling places smeared what otherwise was a quiet primary election day in Arizona. More than 106,000 voters turned out in Maricopa County to vote in person. According to the election spokesperson, now even as Maricopa County officials tried to tamp down conspiracy theories about government-issued felt pens being used to alter votes, they confirmed black ink from those pens smeared some ballots. The county recorder said he was aware of ink smearing on some ballots in one location, but they said no ballots were rejected or spoiled. I'm not aware of anyone who's been turned down. I said I'm not aware of anyone who's not been able to vote. Reports of smeared ink came in from multiple poll workers, including one at the Burton Bar Central Library there in Phoenix. A worker said she'd seen 3 ballots with smeared ink, although they were able to be counted. Another account of smeared ink relayed on social media from a conservative activist with Turning Point Action. All right, let's see. Several votes come through with the markers that got smeared in the machine. Yeah, got them all except one to work by spinning them around and trying different angles, apparently. It said Maricopa County has used quick, dry, felt-tip pens for decades without issues. Election staff provide felt-tip markers for voters to use at the polls because they dry quickly. Officials say that's important because ballots cast in person on Election Day don't have a lot of time to dry before they're put in the tabulation machine, obviously. Yeah, we won't know more until the tabulators are back, but if it were the felt-tip pens, it would be systemic. And we would be replacing tabulators all over the county. Now, they said that tabulators could spit out a ballot, including an overvote or an erroneous mark on the ballot. They said they did clean one tabulator this past afternoon. Okay, so Arizona. We'll see if we can find anything further. All right, we'll get to your calls just ahead here. Gilligan is on board. Hey, there's the Jolly Green Giant. Back at him here on a Wednesday, hump day coming up. And otherwise, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. All right, keeping a close eye on the weather this morning, as severe weather may be in the offing over the next couple of days. Again, frontal system that's somewhat reminiscent of last week, eventually going to stall out and allow the training of showers and thunderstorms to kind of train over the same areas. It's kind of like what's going on tonight. You got one cluster of showers and storms that just moved out of the UP of Michigan, kind of pushing over the northern reaches of lower Michigan. Yeah, head on back to central and northeastern portions of Wisconsin. Another cluster of heavy rains pushing through that region. Obviously, kind of headed to the east along that front. Maybe trailing over some of the same areas in northern Michigan. Yet a third cluster. Some fairly heavy rain stretching from St. Paul down to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, right through the heart of central and southern portions of Minnesota. And looks like the intensity has dropped off for a little bit over the last few hours, but some of those had been prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, especially those cells over there in Wisconsin. All right, so we'll get our news break in here and back to your calls just ahead. A Wednesday, hump day, as we like to refer to it. Hey, Mike. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
At least 4 people have died and more than 100 homes, sheds, and other buildings have burned in California's McKinney fire since it erupted last Friday. Officials have confirmed that rain on Sunday and Monday helped firefighters as they worked to control the spread of the fire, but the blaze remained out of control. The fire is growing to become one of California's largest wildfires so far this year.
I think the biggest thing for us to think about is how dry these conditions are. Every strike has a greater potential right now to start a fire.
Adrian Freeman of the U.S. Forest Service. The Senate has approved a bill that allows families of public safety officers who die by suicide to seek death benefits, sending the measure to President Biden's desk for his signature. This is USA Radio News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's promo code EARN. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a $5 bonus.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, shout out to the inbred redneck if you're tuned in. I don't know, another rough day for some folks in the crypto markets. Another one of those hack jobs. Hackers drained almost $200 million in cryptocurrency from Nomad. Nomad, a tool that lets you swap tokens from one blockchain to another. Another attack highlighting weaknesses in the decentralized finance space. I guess it happened a couple of days ago. Nomad acknowledged the exploit earlier this week. We are aware of an incident involving the Nomad token bridge, they said. We're investigating. We'll give updates when we have them. Not entirely clear how the attack was orchestrated or if Nomad plans to reimburse users who lost tokens in the hack. This company that markets itself as a, quote, secure cross-chain messaging service. Yep, that's mighty secure. Blockchain security experts describe the exploit as a free-for-all. Anyone with knowledge of the exploit and how it worked could seize on the flaw and withdraw an amount of tokens from Nomad. Yeah, sort of like a cash machine spewing out money at the tap of a button. Wow, that's secure. Apparently, it started with an upgrade to Nomad's code. One part of the code was marked as valid whenever users decided to initiate a transfer, which allowed thieves to withdraw more assets than they had deposited on the platform. I guess once the word spread, once other attackers caught on to what was going on, they actually deployed armies of bots to carry out copycat attacks. I mean, without even having programming experience, any user could simply copy the original attacker's transaction and substitute the address with their address to exploit the protocol. That's not good. Unlike previous attacks, the Nomad hack actually became a free-for-all when multiple users started to drain the network by simply replaying the original attacker's transaction call data, I guess, over and over again. So before all is said and done, draining nearly $200 million in cryptocurrency. What do you say, Gilligan? Good morning.
Oh, not much. Steve, do you realize how long how quick it takes to extradite you to Texas?
I guess I'm thinking maybe somebody with firsthand experience like you might probably could explain that to us.
Well, Steve, I have to do something. The guard let me use his cell phone on the condition that I would at least try to get him on the air. He considers himself the world's worst Elvis impersonator.
Yeah.
Will you help me here? Okay. Here you go. Good morning, there. Hey, yeah, this is Elvis impersonator, world's worst. In fact, yeah. Hey, yeah. I'm about 5'6", weigh about 400 pounds. I don't have any hair, but I use a toupee. Yeah. All right, I'll give you back to Gilligan there. Yeah. Damn it, I'm the world's worst Elvis impersonator.
Well, at least you're honest.
Yeah, well, like I said, I warned you. Well, the good news is my lawyer is on the way. Mary Ann went down and retained him today. She took a case of canned goods and went down the end of Church Road there, US 50, and as usual, there at the end of the road says, for the sign that says, we'll do law work for food. So she picked him up, gave him the canned goods, and took him down to the bus station. He's going to be down here at the Greyhound probably 2-3 days. So
Yeah.
Hopefully he can be down here in a couple of days. I hope so, at least. But I got to get off here, but at least I was able to call in with this worst Elvis impersonator.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to get very far with it. Do you?
I tell him don't bother going to Las Vegas. They've got enough bad Elvis impersonators there. Yeah, he's got to top the list. What are we looking at? It's 844-3388. Well, Jolly Green Giant, hey there.
Hey, good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I am in behalf of the cartoon police. We're looking for to apprehend Gilligan for the demise of Landair, and so we've hired Dog the Bounty Hunter, and he always gets his man. But the only problem is we can't figure out which jail he's in. So if anybody has any information of what jail he's in, please get in touch with Jolly Green Giant. We will. There is a $1,000 reward of cartoon money for any information of which jail he is in. The Attorney General of the United States is looking for Mr. Gilligan and any officers of GMA Enterprises. So if you could get back with us, and we could send her and expedite him to D.C. to be put on trial, we would greatly appreciate it. So either way, we do have all the wanted posters up at the post office. He's at the top of the list. So he's now in the top 10 most wanted at the post office. So guaranteed, Dog is going to find him. But if anybody can give us information of which jail he's in, we'll be glad to get him out of there and take him to a federal jail. And that way, there ain't going to be no more calling your show because he won't be allowed to use any cell phones. Come on.
Oh, boy.
So either way, let us know, Hort Feathers or any of the cartoon characters, if you know which jail he's in, let us know. And I guarantee we'll get that $1,000 cartoon money to you as soon as possible. So either way, have a good night. I'm on 1010 and on the side.
Kind of like a Dogecoin, maybe Monopoly money, cartoon money. All right, on a more serious note, the death toll, California, the enormous McKinney fire increased to 4 this past day as the massive wildfire continued to rage. Day number 5, already destroying 56,000 acres. Search teams apparently located 2 additional deceased individuals around the perimeter on Monday. Both were located on separate residences along Route 96. Right now, they say there are no unaccounted for persons, but the uncontrolled wildfire exploding to life late last week in Northern California, widespread structural damage in its wake. Thousands have had to evacuate their homes. Forecasters say weather conditions in the coming days is only going to cause more trouble for firefighters working to battle this blaze. The first 2 victims of the blaze were found over the weekend, Sunday morning, obviously trying to escape the blaze, overtaken in a burned-out vehicle west of the Klamath River. As of Tuesday morning, the fire has consumed over 56,000 acres, still labeled as 0% contained. 5 days in. Wow. Yeah, firefighters who were initially working to actually try to contain the fire over the weekend, early this week had to switch to focus on getting people out, evacuating thousands of people from their homes as this blaze continued to grow increasingly out of control. I guess the concern is going to be winds over the next several days, spreading the fire. Let's see. Would that be Larry?
Do you have Daryl?
Daryl. Okay. Hello, Daryl.
This is Daryl from Fairfield.
What's going on?
You was talking about that truck that had his top ripped off. I went into Buffalo, New York for my first time and came to 12-9 overpass on an interstate and stopped. And because I had a 13.6 and got out and looked, and I had a couple inches to spare, and I asked somebody why they would put a sign like that up and scare us to death. And they said, have you ever been up here when we had 2 feet of snow?
Okay. Interesting.
But this was dry pavement, and I had no idea that I could get through there, but I had a couple inches to spare. But it makes sense that if there's 2 inches of packed snow on the highway, you're not getting under 12-foot, a 13.6 with a 13.6.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to the guy that drove out of New York was his name Hollywood, always rode the motorcycles? I haven't heard him in a long time on the show.
New York. Now, Hollywood wasn't out of New York. Was it, you're probably talking, what's his name? Spaceman.
Spaceman.
Yeah.
Is Spaceman still around?
He's still, he hasn't called in a good 6 or 8 months, I'd say. I get a word from him here and there every once in a while on Facebook, and he says I'm going to call in, but I hadn't heard from Spaceman, though. We need an update.
Well, I always enjoyed his motorcycle stories. He always had the wildest motorcycle stories I ever heard.
Yeah, I think he's been out doing his fair share of riding this summer as well. So, yeah, we could use an update, Spaceman. Okay.
Yeah, he always had a story to tell. I worked the GOP tent at the Butler County Fair, and people kept coming in wanting Trump signs. And we told them Trump wasn't on the ballot yet. But I was surprised at how many people came in looking for Trump signs.
Really?
So he's still running strong in Butler County, Ohio. And do you have a final tally on how many people lost their lives down in the Kentucky floods?
The death toll stayed at 37 yesterday. So 37 was Monday. No change yesterday, but they do say there's still a number of unaccounted for.
Okay. I used to drive from Montgomery Ward product out of Cincinnati down into the mountains, and I went to White City, Kentucky, and Pikeville, Kentucky, and way back down into Virginia. We drove about 18 miles down in Virginia from White City and turned around and came back out. And, boy, my heart goes out to those people because they cannot tolerate that much rain at one time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they've got more.
Well, anyway, I enjoy it.
They got more rain in their forecast in the coming days. So, nothing like they saw last week. But, realistically, it wouldn't take but a couple of inches probably to instigate some additional minor flash flooding.
What I wondered is, does that water go into those coal mines?
Good question. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, Daryl, it's great to hear from you. Don't be a stranger out there. Thank you so much for checking in. Got any coal miners out there? Does all that water go in the... I'm sure it finds its way down in anywhere it can find a space to get in the ground. I'm sure it would. Our number, clear lines again on a Wednesday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here about 8 before the hour. Even with prices at the pump coming down a bit, obviously we're still way up from where we were in the Biden was sworn in, but a lot of people questioning. Remember the days when everybody wanted to buy a diesel car because diesel fuel was so much cheaper. Yeah, in many cases, oftentimes maybe $1 less per gallon than regular gasoline. I remember my dad had a diesel Ford Escort. I don't know how many of those they made, but that was a piece of work. But things changed. What happened? Most drivers are focused on the high cost of filling up their tank with regular, but there's another important fuel on the price board. And the nationwide price is still above $5 per gallon and still more than $1 per gallon more than a gallon of gas. Diesel is obviously what powers trucking. It's what powers the global economy. It's not only critical for trucking, it's fundamental to international transport. Because the engines of heavy load vehicles like trucks, cargo jets, barges run on diesel and its chemical siblings anyway. So when sending products all over the country or the world becomes more expensive, the price of those products those transport vehicles carry also rise. That makes inflation worse. Diesel prices have been more expensive than gasoline for some time, yet well before today's factors, including the war in Ukraine, low refinery capacity, the post-COVID energy demand, crunching oil supplies. Well, why, you may ask? There's three primary reasons for the price discrepancy. First, we go back to that transition to cleaner diesel blends, going from regular old diesel to low sulfur diesel, then ultimately the transition to ultra low sulfur diesel. Then you have higher state and federal taxes, and you've got the traditional supply and demand. 2006 was the year the EPA began phasing in the rules to significantly limit the sulfur content. They did this because aggravated levels of airborne sulfur matter, they tell us, are toxic for both humans and the environment. So since 2014, they've regulated all diesel sold and produced in this country must be ultra-low sulfur diesel, limiting sulfur content to 15 parts per million. Sulfur content regulations have reduced toxic emissions by at least 90%, so says the EPA. It may benefit the environment, but lowering the sulfur content of diesel has led to lower energy density. In other words, you get less fuel economy per gallon. And then, of course, it dramatically raised the costs at the refinery. Now, the Biden administration recently called on Congress to suspend the federal tax on diesel and gas, but it kind of calls attention to the tax itself. The federal motor fuel excise tax hasn't changed since 1993. That adds an extra 18.3 cents on a gallon of gas. It's 24.3 on a gallon of diesel. Revenue from that tax supports the Highway Trust Fund, as we know. In addition to the federal tax, each state has their own additional duty on both gas and diesel. Average diesel tax adds another 7.5 cents to the gallon. These diesel taxes are higher because the primary vehicle with diesel engines, our trucks, our buses, are substantially heavier. They deteriorate the roads considerably more than the average automobile. Finally, diesel steep prices attributed to the basic economic principle of supply and demand. Not enough supply combined with barrels and barrels of demand. On the supply side, diesel's produced at a reduced rate compared to gasoline. Now in the U.S., for 1 barrel of crude to be refined, you get anywhere, 19 or 20 gallons of gasoline out of that barrel. For diesel, it's only, say, 11 or 12 gallons per barrel. But on the demand side, diesel and its siblings, the fuel that powers the engines in our trucks, our trains, your industrial machinery, your farming equipment, generators, home heating systems, ships, military vehicles. Gasoline might power your car, but because diesel powers the economy, yes, the price of diesel, that's affecting every one of us in everything we buy. It's called inflation, right? See who we got on the line here. Is that Bobby?
Yes, good morning. To answer the question about the rain in the mines, yes, because I used to work in the mines back in the 70s. Pikeville, Kentucky got flooded. That rain's got to go somewhere that goes down to them abandoned mines. We've cut in old mines before that had water in them. Mm-hmm. So that rain's got to go somewhere. It's got to soak through them rocks. When it goes to them abandoned mines, it'll
build up pressure, and then eventually it's got to go somewhere. And if you will, have Rambler and Phil, give them my number and have them call me if you will. I appreciate it.
All right, hang on a second. Let me jot your number down here before you hang up, because it'll disappear real quick. Like I'm writing, because it gives me about 10 seconds when they hang up. So what do you say, Rambler and Philip? All right, that's Bobby. Bobby, thank you very much. I got it. Nick of time. So we got clear lines as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
After a series of delays and protests, the Senate has approved a bill that will help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. The bill, called the Honoring Our Pact Act, will expand healthcare resources and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxic burn pits during their military service. It adds conditions related to burn pit and toxic exposure, including hypertension. Comedian Jon Stewart has become one of the faces of this legislation and has harshly criticized senators.
Look, there are Vietnam veterans on this bill. They've been fighting since the 60s and 70s, people that fought for us, that we all say we support the truth. To pass that bill for them, to give them that moment of exhale.
The bill will now go to President Joe Biden to sign into law. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
An 8-year-old boy whose spine was severed in the shooting at a parade on July 4th has been moved to a rehabilitation-focused hospital after spending nearly a month in a Chicago pediatric intensive care unit.
She's undergone several surgeries since Monday, including one last night, during which doctors were finally able to close up his belly.
That was a family friend speaking on behalf of the Cooper Roberts family. Cooper Roberts was among the 48 people wounded when a gunman opened fire on the Highland Park Independence Day parade. His twin brother, Luke, was hit by shrapnel and his mother was wounded in the leg. An online fundraiser reported more than $1.7 million has been raised towards Cooper's care. 7 people in total were killed that day. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A House oversight panel has subpoenaed gun maker Smith & Wesson for documents on the manufacture and sale of AR-15-style semi-automatic rifles after its CEO refused to appear for a hearing on the firearms frequently used in mass shootings. The House probe found that 5 major gun makers took in a combined total of $1 billion in revenue from the weapons over the past decade, and they were, at times, marketed as a way for young men to prove their masculinity, even as they became a, quote, weapon of choice for mass shooters. Gun makers say the weapons themselves aren't to blame for mass shooting, which are on the increase, but rare overall.
The Angels Community Outreach Food Pantry in Pittman, New Jersey has temporarily closed down after running out of food for the first time since opening. The organization's director, Alyssa Darrow, tells Fox News that it's tough when everything costs more.
People that are working, they just don't have enough money at the end of the month to put extra food on the table.
The Consumer Price Index reports grocery prices marked a new 40-year high in June by rising over 10% since last year. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Welcome into a Wednesday hump day. There you go. Hey, Mike. All right, for a handful of states, Tuesday was primary day. Some pretty interesting things to follow from this past day. Of course, especially out west as the numbers continue to come in as they just crossed the midnight hour. Now, USA Today gives the breakdown, some of the big races being watched, to which they say few primary days will be as consequential as this past day, August 2nd. It's because yesterday included two critical swing states, Arizona and Michigan, in the next presidential race, which have also been kind of like ground zero for the former President Trump. looking at, going back to the 2020 election. One of the big stories, though, Kansas, abortion rights. Abortion rights drove voter turnout, and what they're describing is a stunning upset for anti-abortion advocates. In a conservative state like Kansas, even in the heavily red districts, where Donald Trump actually held double-digit margins in 2016 and 2020, voted overwhelmingly, they say, to protect abortion rights. Isn't that what this is supposed to be all about with the Supreme Court overturning Roe versus Wade? The idea is it goes now to the states. And the people from one state to the next, the individuals get to decide. Rules will be different from one state to the other. I'll give you more on the numbers out of Kansas, though, which they're saying that's a big surprise. Then attention turns to Arizona after the polls closed there. It was like 10 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, primaries in that state are some of the biggest test of Trump's influence in the Republican Party. He's backing candidates who support the claim that the last election was stolen. Then on to Michigan. Trump-backed Tudor Dixon won the Republican gubernatorial primary, who will now face the Democrat Gretchen Whitmer this fall. A close contest between the incumbent Representative Peter Meyer and Republican challenger John Gibbs kind of underscores the struggle in the party between what they call establishment candidates and those that are endorsed by Trump. Now, first in Arizona, too close to call with about 60% of the votes in. The top Republican races in Arizona were still too close to call at 2 a.m. Eastern time, about an hour ago. Now, Republican gubernatorial candidate Carrie Lake, who's backed by Trump, was actually down by 7 points to Karen Robson. Now, this is the interesting one because Trump was endorsing Kerry, and former Vice President Mike Pence actually endorsed Robson. Yeah, so you're pitting Trump and Pence against each other, kind of testing the future of the Republican Party. All right, though Lake was behind, she said during a speech to supporters Tuesday night that she believes she won. Trump-backed Blake Masters actually had a 5-point lead against Jim Lamont in the Republican Senate primary there. And one other backed by Trump was Mark Fincham, who was actually running ahead of Bo Lane by about 10 points in the race for Secretary of State. So the Trump-endorsed candidates appear to going to win 2 of the 3, but the one that they're saying still too close to call, who will it be? The Trump endorsed or the Mike Pence endorsed? All right, let's see. That's more on what's going on there in Arizona. Okay, on to Michigan. Pretty much similar to Arizona, Trump is looking at mixed results in an effort to defeat 3 House Republicans who actually voted to impeach him over the January 6th insurrection. Peter Meyer of Michigan, one of 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach, was losing the Republican primary early Wednesday to the Trump-backed challenger, John Gibbs there. Gibbs, a former official with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, took a lead over Meyer in a race which he received help from Democrats as well as Trump loyalists. That's an odd combo. 2 other Republican impeachers, Jamie Herrera Butler and Dan Newhouse, both of Washington State, appeared to be on track to surviving the open primaries that included Trump challengers. Now, it's different there. Under Washington's system, the top two finishers in a primary move on to the general election, regardless of party. So these two are in solid positions to do just that in their separate primaries. And the margins on these races are narrow. The Associated Press still had not called them as of 1:30 a.m. this morning. But how about the Kansas vote? Kansas. Even Joe Biden weighs in on this. Tonight, Kansans used their voice to protect women's rights to choose and access reproductive health care. This is a victory for Kansas and also for every American who believes that women should be able to make their own health decisions without government interference. Advocates both for and against abortion in Kansas expected the vote was going to be close before the primary, but apparently the margin was very decisive. 61% voting to keep abortion versus 39%. Now the news outlets were actually able to call that vote less than 2 hours after the polls closed. They said 83% of the vote was in, and it was like 470,000 votes to 304,000 votes. That was as of several hours ago. So after voters upheld the right to an abortion, the abortion rights groups already taken a victory lap this morning. This just over a month after the Supreme Court revoked the Roe versus Wade thing, which we all know. Demonstrating once again that voters across the country, they say, don't want politicians interfering in their health care decisions. That was the statement from none other than Planned Parenthood. There was another pro-abortion rights candidate who said, today, the voters of Kansas spoke, and their resounding no makes clear they value their liberty, freedom, and their right to bodily autonomy. That's executive director of the Women's March Action Group. Again, but hey, that's what it's supposed to be all about in this system, is it not? Yeah, the people have their say. You hold the vote. That vote may be different in another state, right? And it's going to happen, all over the country. But quite interesting in a state like Kansas, especially a very red state. With that, we'll get a quick timeout. Hillbilly Tech's on board. After that, we got clear lines. Plenty of room for you. Almost feels like a Monday. It's 844-844-3388 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, there you go. Horse Feathers was asking about that, I think, last evening on the program. Don't we have another big enforcement blitz coming up? Yep, we do. It's still a couple of weeks away. Brake Safety Week. That's your August blitz. Mark your calendar, August 21st through the 27th. Yeah, Brake Safety Week with the CVSA. You play a key role in preventing out-of-service violations with your pre-trip inspection. Brakes should be inspected for proper operation and any excessive wear on a routine basis. Make sure you've checked all your brakes for proper adjustment and get them serviced if they're out of adjustment. Automatic slack adjusters should never be manually adjusted. This indicates a mechanical defect exists. For example, worn S-cam bushings can increase the stroke of your slack adjusters, reducing your braking ability, and you'll get an out-of-service violation. Always have air leaks repaired promptly. They indicate larger issues. Never alter a hose or a fitting in your brake system. That'll change the speed in which your brakes apply. That could be a very dangerous situation. All right, so there you go. TA Truck Service. They have to throw that in. TA Truck Service can help you with your safety preparation for Brake Safety Week. Yeah, their technicians can work on any make or model of a truck at their TA Truck Service locations all around the country. Sometimes they offer these free brake inspections leading up to Brake Safety Week and whatnot. So you might want to check into that. Hillbilly Tex, waving a hat, ringing a cowbell, I assume. What's going on this morning?
Good morning, Steve. I'd like to let everybody know that we need to keep old Billy the Kid in our thoughts and our prayers. You know, he's in bad shape over there, so we need to keep him in our prayers. And I'd like to say to Lauren Wise, keep them bulls coming, man. We out of meat over here in Tennessee. Carolina Monkey Gouger, he's up there around Hobbs, New Mexico, out there running around playing cowboy. And like I say hi to him. I think old Moose, I don't know where he is or what he's doing, but I think he's up tonight. So shout out to him. I'm just sitting out here watching the world go flat. Thought I'd call in, make everybody mad again because I called, but
That's
hey,
great.
Steve, I think Horse Feathers asked a question earlier about the golf cart on yon on 75.
Yeah, that didn't happen to be your golf cart. I mean, his question was, were there some granny panties and a cane or something also in that golf cart? And can you give us a full report?
There's always a cane in my golf cart. And actually, Steve, I wasn't going to announce it, but I've had several people ask, was that me up yonder? So actually, what was happening, Steve, I went off down here the other day. You know, we can get a big election coming up here pretty quick. And I caught that old man down there trying to deliver a bunch of them phony ballots. So I just jumped in the golf cart and grabbed my tater gun, which actually shoots golf balls. And I lit out after him, run him I got up there on the interstate and I actually run out of gas up there on the county line. So the kind policeman, he was just there helping me get some gas from a little old wagon.
Well, that's the rest of the story, in other words.
Now, that's the rest of my story, and I'm sticking to it. But, no, I just I'd like to give a shout out to everybody this morning. And old Billy the Kid, if you're listening, buddy, get well quick, 'cause you're killing moose. But anyway, exit 81, big 75, tipping a hat and ringing the cowbell to everybody.
All right, thank you.
Y'all have a good morning.
Thank you, Hillbilly Tex. Good to hear from you. Let me see here. Speaking of Billy the Kid, you sent me the link. I know you set up a GoFundMe to try to help him out, and you need to send that to me again. I couldn't get it to link up to my Facebook page, so I want to try to share that.
All right, I know Big Sexy shared it. See, I can't do nothing on that Facebook. They done give me the Donald Trump acts. I'm permanently banned, disbarred, unincorporated, and all that stuff. They won't even let me. It recognizes my telephone, and you try to make another account that says that all activity to this device has been banned. So I can't do nothing with that daggone Facebook.
Wow.
But are you friends with Big Sexy on there? I'll see if I can get him to shoot you that link over.
Okay, yeah. That's Nathan, right? That's his first name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If I can get him to set him up over there. Yeah, old Billy, man, I tell you what, he got all them pins and plates and got a cast from his big toe to his butthole, and he is not a happy man. He ain't no way to sit, ain't no way to rest. He can't lay down, can't sit up. I mean, he's just a miserable mess.
Wow. They say
and I ain't far behind him.
How long's he got to wear the cast? How long's he going to have that on?
They're saying 60 days probably till the cast comes off, and then 30 days, maybe longer than that, of rehabilitation. So I guess the one, I guess there's two bones in your lower leg, and he broke one of them in two places, broke the other one in like two or three places, broke 5 bones in his foot, and he's gonna have some hard times coming here pretty quick when they start doing that rehab, because that rehab ain't no fun, you know.
So what else going on out there? Yeah, meantime, what else going on? Anything?
Just pushing this Freightliner down the road. I tell you what, they're trying to keep him in business. I told him, I said, buddy, that's the best I can do for you. I said, he just bought another truck, hired another driver, so he's been doing his thing, and I've been keeping an eye on everything for him. Because like I said, he's been staying in painkiller cloud. I mean, they've been giving him some of that serious stuff, some of that stuff that killed Elvis, you know.
Oh, boy.
And so he's been floating in and out of consciousness, but they've been out here trying to hold it together.
So how about you? You've been trying to find somebody else to put behind the wheel, aren't you? No luck there?
Well, no, so far I had one guy that's both been lined up, and I guess his old lady didn't like the idea as well as he did, and I think she talked him out of it after I'd done talked him into it, so.
Okay, go figure.
But anybody out there with any flatbed experience and want to make some good money in the next 90 days, bring my phone. I'll sure put you in a fine piece of equipment.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but speeding tickets are on you, because this thing will fly.
Okay.
But no, other than that, that's about all I'm doing. I started about 10 o'clock last night, and I had to run down here to just south of Indianapolis. I got loaded up, and then I got to run this thing back over to Tiffin, Ohio, and then take my happy self home, and I'll be done for the day. So I'm figuring I'll probably get home about probably about 12:30, 1 o'clock, something like that.
Okay.
But I just, I'll make sure that they get that link over there to you. I try to help that kid out best I can, because, that can happen to any of us. You get messed around on this equipment, and everybody knows how hazardous these things are. And just being around them, like I said, I don't know how many people fell off these things, fell out of them trying to get in and out of them, much less trying to strap something down,
Right.
But you can't be too careful around these things, and no matter how careful you are, sooner or later, they're going to bite you, I think the worst thing that ever happened to me, and I was pulling a, what did they call that thing? I used to do a lot of hazardous, mess with a lot of hazmat stuff, and I was contracted to this company, and we were pulling these, I think they call them chromatic tanks. It was out of a big film processing place where they use them chemicals to, process film to paper. And they were loading these tanks, and these tanks were about 3 foot wide, about 8 foot long, and they had legs and they had wheels, so you could move them around. And they put them in the back of the van, and I went back there, and I never could got the door shut because it was right up against the edge of the trailer. So I got the bright idea, I'd just heave that thing back a little bit, find something to jam under that wheel to hold it enough till I got the door shut. I got it heaved back there. About the time I reached down to put a chock under that little caster wheel on that tank, my hand slipped off of it, and that little old caster wheel run right up my right thumb from about the tip of it about almost to the wrist. And buddy, I'm going to tell you something. I've never considered myself a tenor any way, shape, or form. But little Richard never hit high notes that I hit that day.
Oh, boy.
That thumb swelled up bigger than Hogan's goat. And I tell you what, you don't realize how often you touch your thumb with something until it's sore. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I rode around for 2 weeks bumping that thing and squalling and cussing, But it's just stupid stuff gets you in big trouble, But, we're going to see if we can't keep him afloat here until he gets patched up. I told him he's going to start walking like Chester from Gunsmoke when that cast comes off, so. I told him he needs to learn to sing Old River. If he's going to walk like Walter Brennan, he needs to sing like him. You know what I mean? Anyway, I just called to let you know I'm still above ground, and we out here doing it to it like Pruitt used to do it to it. So keep your twigs spotted to solid, sunny side up. Watch your top knot, keep your powder dry. And we're 10-10 on the side. Come on.
All right. Well, hey, I appreciate you checking in this morning. Thank you very much. And, we'll get that. As soon as I get that, I'll share that to my Facebook page. I'm just trying to do a little help for Billy the Kid. I think his initial email said he's got, short-term disability, be like 30 days before something kicks in or whatever. But, he ain't driving. If the wheels ain't turning, you ain't earning, as they say, right? We've all heard that. All right, clear lines again at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
It's primary day in 5 states: Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, Kansas, and Washington. The battle for control of the U.S. House and Senate is up for grabs this cycle. And for the first time since the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, Kansas will vote whether abortion can be constitutionally protected. In 2019, the state Supreme Court ruled personal autonomy is protected in the state constitution's Bill of Rights and applied tight regulations for abortion. Kansas voters are deciding whether to pass that amendment, which will remove the constitutional right, or against it, which would keep it in place. This is USA Radio News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's promo code EARN. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a $5 bonus.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, looks like we could just add another to the list. So just mirrors it happen more and more often. Electric vehicles, right? As they become more popular, fire issues. A latest report from this past day from the Western Journal. An electric Jaguar I-Pace car. Another scenario, spontaneously catching fire, burning down to ashes, nothing left. The Florida-based owner said he left his car plugged into the charger before he went to sleep. The following day, he returned to take the vehicle on a few errands. Said he drove about 12 miles. Before returning home, he put it back in the garage, headed into the house. He started hearing pops in the garage. What's that strange noise? Yeah, I went to the garage only to see thick smoke emanating from the garage. My thought immediately, of course, was when there's smoke, there's fire. I got to get the car out of the garage. Following his instinct, he was able to get the smoking vehicle out of the garage onto the street in front of his house. Headed back in to grab his phone so he could call Jaguar roadside assistance to take the vehicle to safety. And when I ended the conversation with them, there were more pops. But this time, it was followed with fire under the car. I called 911, but this was not a slow burn. Once the fire started, there were multiple pops. I mean, the entire vehicle was instantly engulfed in flames. Firefighters responding to the scene using flame retardant to douse the flames. But he said there was debris flying everywhere after the fire department poured a special foam suppressant. For what seemed like a long time, the car was still making a humming sound coming from the front of the car. But by the time the fire was out, the entire vehicle was nothing but ash. Just some parts near the hood that were partly burned. Anyway, the insurance company sends out a forensic specialist. They did their investigation, declared the car obviously a total loss. Jaguar, on the other hand, not helpful at all, he said, stating that they need to complete their own investigation. But because of the risk of igniting the fire once again, they're unable to find a place where they can lift the car up. So their investigation's on hold. And they're not taking responsibility for what happened. According to Electrek, the battery in the vehicle is the fourth such I-Pace battery in the Jaguars to spontaneously catch fire. Although, according to the outlet, electric vehicle fires are not as prevalent as you might think, not as prevalent as gasoline-based vehicle fires, but keep in mind how many gas vehicles are on the road versus electric vehicles. But indeed, the electric vehicle battery fires are almost impossible to put out. Now, these I-Pace vehicles use what they call LG pouch battery cells. LG Chem battery cells have previously caused fires due to a defect. That's the one that was in the Chevy Bolt vehicles that forced Chevrolet and Hyundai to issue recalls to replace the batteries. When asked about any links between the 4 I-Pace fires and the LG batteries, Jaguar responded with a general statement that didn't even address the question. We're committed to our customers' safety, and we are aware of this I-Pace incident in Boynton Beach, Florida. We've been in contact with and we're cooperating with the customer's insurance company regarding a vehicle inspection. We're unable to comment further on your question until the investigation is complete. Yeah, there's battery fires. And, spontaneous combustion parked in the garage. Vehicle's off, you're done for the day. What the hell? Now, had he not heard the popping, the crackling, it would have been a lot worse. He would have lost his entire home, having been in the attached garage. Yeah, but this thing was toast. Gone. About 15 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we've been sharing the news of the disrespect, the disregard for law enforcement in this country. According to the numbers, as of July 31st, 3 days ago, at least 210 law enforcement officers have been shot in this country this year. I mean, we're up dramatically from last year, according to the National Fraternity of Police report, up 14% from the same time last year. Of the 210 law enforcement officers wounded as of midnight on the last day of July, 39 were killed. 71 officers were shot as a result of 46 ambush-style attacks, which claimed the lives of 18 members of law enforcement. The National FOP president said that these numbers, officers who are shot and killed in the line of duty, is actually outpacing last year's, what was at the time, historic numbers. This is very disturbing, and this should alarm everyone, he says. Make no mistake, we are experiencing a real crisis with the level of violence directed at law enforcement in this country. Frankly, it's unlike anything I've seen in my 36 years of law enforcement. Last year, we saw more officers shot in the line of duty than any other since the National FOP started recording data about 7 years ago. He said, you got to remember the importance of remembering that these numbers represent heroes. It's one of the latest was this week, Monday, when Indiana police arrested a 42-year-old Carl Boards II for the death of the rookie Elwood officer. Shot and killed early Sunday morning. Yeah, this guy was an Army veteran who stopped Boards' vehicle in Madison County, Indiana, when Boards allegedly shot him in the head. State police say investigators located 36 shell casings at the scene, as well as damage to the officer's police vehicle. But the officer's firearm was still apparently in his holster as emergency responders rushed him to the hospital. Just in other words, like never had a chance, never even got a chance to pull the weapon out. 210 to date. Will it be another record-setting year? All right, it is 12 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Coming up, we'll get to some of the industry headlines, what else in the mix here. But while we're on electric vehicles, let's stick there for a moment. Because I love sharing these stories. It's like one after another. As Democrats continue to tout, let's go green, let's go Brandon, let's buy our electric vehicle. Continuing to fail to address the setbacks of this still developing technology. Well, here's the latest experiment that highlights the problems the lefties fail to address. In this case, it was journalists from Motor Trend, very popular Motor Trend magazine, set out, let's test the towing capacity of a brand new 2022 Ford F-150 Lightning, the much touted new electric truck. What do you think? Well, their findings were, let's say, less than inspiring. Now, from the start, the journalist, Eric Tingwall, was less than confident in the truck's towing abilities. With the largest available battery pack, a fully charged 2022 Ford F-150 Lightning electric truck has less energy on board than a regular Ford F-150 with 4 gallons of gas in the tank. 4 gallons. Now, even with this knowledge, he wanted to test the truck for himself. He hitched the truck up to a brand new, a 2022 Grand Design Imagine camper. A decent-sized camper, sleeps 8, weighs about 7,200 pounds. Now, we're talking the platinum model of the Ford F-150 Lightning for this test. We're talking a vehicle that cost over $92,000. We used Motor Trend's usual methodology to determine the truck's range. That's setting the vehicle's internal temperature to 72 degrees, turning the headlights and the radio on. This simulates the way an average driver would use the vehicle instead of reaching the maximum possible range. All right, we traveled an estimated 80-mile route, extrapolated the energy consumption to determine the truck's range on a full charge. With the 7,200-pound trailer, we found the 2022 Ford F-150 Lightning would make it 90 miles. Now, he also repeated the test on the same route with 2 lighter trailers, and the results weren't a hell of a lot better. The truck had a range of just 100 miles, towing a 5,200-pound trailer. It's a whopping 115 miles when towing a 3,100-pound trailer. All these ranges much shorter than the Environmental Protection Agency's estimated range of 300 miles for the Ford F-150 Lightning Platinum. Now, he acknowledged the EPA estimate was for a kind of a mix of city and highway driving for a vehicle with only the driver on board, not towing a load. Now, he found the Platinum had a true highway range of only 255 miles. That means that when towing even the smallest camper tested, the truck's range was less than half of what it would be when just carrying only the driver. Now, why do you purchase trucks? In most cases, you purchase a pickup for the express purpose of doing things like towing things. Now, the EPA's estimated range of 300 miles, it might sound good, but in reality, it is very misleading. If you want to use the truck to do actually what the job of a truck is, by our testing, your range is significantly cut. Now, that's similar to those of the story we shared a few weeks ago, the Rivian R1T electric truck towing a Ford Mustang on a flat deck trailer. Back last year, that towing load was a little over 6,000 pounds. Slightly less than the larger camper that Motor Trend tested with the F-150 Lightning. That particular couple found they could travel an average of about 100 miles for having to be charged. Forced to stop 20 times on a 2,000-mile trip from Los Angeles to Sikeston, Missouri. Obviously, that doesn't mean electric trucks are just totally useless. but they're sure as hell not nearly as effective as a gas-powered truck. But of course, literally all the manufacturers are following the Democrat demands to go completely electric. I mean, we're completely eliminating the gas-powered vehicles. And if they're going to continue down that path, they're sure as hell going to have to find a way to make electric vehicles more effective. I've got a neighbor that has a big camper. I'm guessing it's probably about the size of at least the mid-range 50-something 100-pound, or maybe the largest one that he takes camping out. Now, he's got the pickup truck with the diesel engine. He's got the Cummins engine in it. I asked him the other day about how many miles you get out of that thing when you're towing that damn trailer. He said he said somewhere like 10 and 12 miles per gallon, which he said wasn't real bad, because he said, I've got friends that are as low as 8 or 9 miles per gallon with a similar truck, when they tow trailers. He said, but we did the math. We got a daughter that lives out of state, and he said we were going to go down and see Annie. And we were, based on the current price of fuel a couple of weeks ago, he said the journey there and back was going to cost us at least $1,000 in just the fuel alone. And then for however many nights you stay, you got to pay your RV park fees, which might be $30, might be $50, depending on the hookup cost and all that. He said it was cheaper for us to get airline tickets and actually fly down there and stay in a damn hotel than it would be for us to tow the trailer down. It's insane. But again, getting 10, 12 miles per gallon. He's getting a hell of a lot more out of one tank than they're getting out of this fully charged Lightning. And how many hours then does it take every time you have to stop to charge the damn thing? Final hour just ahead, and we got wide open lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
After a series of delays and protests, the Senate has approved a bill that will help veterans exposed to toxic burn pits. The bill, called the Honoring Our Pact Act, will expand healthcare resources and benefits for millions of veterans exposed to toxic burn pits during their military service. It adds conditions related to burn pit and toxic exposure, including hypertension. Comedian Jon Stewart has become one of the faces of this legislation and has harshly criticized senators.
Look, there are Vietnam veterans on this bill. They've been fighting since the 60s and 70s. People that fought for us, that we all say we support the truth. To pass that bill for them, to give them that moment of exhale.
The bill will now go to President Joe Biden to sign into law. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only 2 forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
An 8-year-old boy whose spine was severed in the shooting at a parade on July 4th has been moved to a rehabilitation-focused hospital after spending nearly a month in a Chicago pediatric intensive care unit.
She's undergone several surgeries since Monday, including one last night, during which doctors were finally able to to close up his belly.
That was a family friend speaking on behalf of the Cooper Roberts family. Cooper Roberts was among the 48 people wounded when a gunman opened fire on the Highland Park Independence Day parade. His twin brother, Luke, was hit by shrapnel and his mother was wounded in the leg. An online fundraiser reported more than $1.7 million has been raised towards Cooper's care. 7 people in total were killed that day. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best, raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
A House oversight panel has subpoenaed gun maker Smith & Wesson for documents on the manufacture and sale of AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles after its CEO refused to appear for a hearing on the firearms frequently used in mass shootings. The House probe found that 5 major gun makers took in a combined total of $1 billion in revenue from the weapons over the past decade, and they were at times marketed as a way for young men to prove their masculinity, even as they became a, quote, weapon of choice for mass shooters. Gun makers say the weapons themselves aren't to blame for mass shooting, which are on the increase, but rare overall.
The Angels Community Outreach Food Pantry in Pittman, New Jersey has temporarily closed down after running out of food for the first time since opening. The organization's director, Alyssa Darrow, tells Fox News that it's tough when everything costs more.
People that are working, they just don't have enough money at the end of the month to put extra food on the table.
The Consumer Price Index reports grocery prices marked a new 40-year high in June, by rising over 10% since last year. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Ellie Andrews.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
Particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Coming up, I got to get to the little, I don't know, I guess kind of a satirical piece that John Bendel is one of the contributors to Landline. A piece he wrote about a week ago talking about the driver-facing cameras, which I think rightfully so are not very popular with most drivers out there. Now, I know the safety groups and the safety department, some of the big companies say, hey, we use this as a tool to help the drivers be safer out there. But yeah, funny piece that he put together about a week ago. And of course, we'll get back to your calls ahead here. Jump in at 844-844-3388. First, some of our travelers' weather: thunderstorms, hail, damaging winds, flooding, downpours, rumbling through parts of the Midwest as we got August underway. And more of the same, they tell us, through midweek here. Hump Day is upon us. A line of thunderstorms barreled through central Indiana Monday morning. Strong winds that brought down trees, knocked out power, even caused some damage to some structures in the Indianapolis area. Yeah, by the afternoon, thunderstorms developed in southeast Illinois, bringing large hail, reports of wind damage, and even some flash flooding there. That all those hazards will be potentially in the mix through midweek here. Some of the storms from parts of Canada moving southeastward, and we're seeing a lot of that tonight as we've been following those storms. As I look at the current radar, a lot of shower activity. Northern Michigan, northern and central portions of Wisconsin, southern portions of Minnesota. Everything kind of moving from west to east, slightly southeast at the same time. So definitely going to be slowing down your travels. All right, storm's going to make it further south and east, lower Michigan later this morning, and should weaken as the sun comes up. But now, despite the storms beginning to fall apart, that's not the end of the risk. The risk later today shifts a bit further south and east, and will be focused on Missouri, Iowa, again parts of Wisconsin, Illinois, Michigan, Ohio, and on up into Ontario, Canada, again later today. Wednesday's expanse of severe weather is forecast to be larger in scope due to the expectation that a long line of storms is going to be forming later today. Yeah, they could continue into the overnight hours, and they may weaken a bit more quickly than those that we saw this past evening. But in a number of our big cities, you're going to have to keep an eye to a sky later this afternoon into the evening hours. AccuWeather says Milwaukee, St. Louis, Chicago, Detroit, could all be at risk. Now, even if the storms that fire up this afternoon lose their severity in terms of high winds, hail, and tornadoes, still going to be talking the potential for torrential downpours and flash flooding to persist as they push toward the Ohio Valley Wednesday night and Thursday. Now, I may be under the gun later Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Oh, boy. Hopefully we can keep the power on at the secret bunker, right? More than 32 million in the Midwest may be at risk for some severe weather later today. Forecast is for thunderstorms to rumble back to life, stretching from Maine through southern Michigan and again Ohio on Thursday. Heavy rain should be the primary threat by that point in time. A much less likelihood of severe weather. By Friday, the storms should help put an end to the hot weather that you're dealing with there in the Northeast with your heat advisories up and down the eastern seaboard. Hello to Kentucky Ken on board. What's going on out there?
Good morning. Just driving through the heat and humidity down I-29, trying to get to Poplar Bluff, Missouri for a delivery. Hey, I just wanted to touch on that, the story about the law enforcement attacks and ambushes and all that stuff. That stuff has really peaked up over the years, of course. And, I think a big part of it, and over my 33 years doing that, they don't lock up the criminals, and the ones who you apprehend, they give them such low bonds that they get out and commit more crimes. And the violent offenders are violent offenders. But I still get an email from the county I worked in on convictions out of the Commonwealth Attorney's Office every week. And it's probation. There's no deterrent for these thugs at all. And it just makes you sick.
Yeah.
And I still talk to a lot of police officers every week. And it's just very disheartening when you get a good case or whatever, and he or she's locked up, and then they give them a low bond or whatever, and they don't come back out and go to work. They come back out and commit more crime to make their money.
Bingo.
And it just makes you sick. And until I truly believe until they really start having a deterrent for them not to commit crime, that trend is just going to continue. I know that was the nice thing about when I was associated with the feds and doing drug work. When we popped those fellas, they served 85% of their sentence, and it ain't like that in the state system. And they just need to hammer these people home. The judges need to be tougher on releases. It's not most of the prosecutors do, like Hamilton County's blessed because Joe Dieters is a bulldog, man. If you do the crime, he wants you to do the time. So I don't know. It's just I could just tell you, officers are just very disheartened with, getting a guy or girl, locking them up, and then them getting a 10% bond or whatever.
And back on the street. Pappy's been highlighting that. They're back on the street in less than 24 hours in many cases.
Yeah. It's the system, and I think a lot of it's just these Democrats and these, hell, Dieters almost got beaten in Hamilton County this past year. And he's been a great prosecutor for, Cincinnati area. So I don't know. But they need to turn this stuff around, because you look at all the major cities throughout the country, and the crime statistics are up. I still get a lot of newsletters and stuff through email, and it just makes you sick.
Yeah.
And I still miss it. I do. I really do. But on one end of it, I'm sort of glad I'm driving down the road and trying to keep it between the stripes and the solid versus the frustration that gives you. So let's be the peacekeepers, my brother. And I bet these electric vehicles, no way do I ever want one. No way. I mean, talking about that, what was it? Is it a 2022 F-150 electric?
The Lightning, yes, brand new. Yep.
Yeah. No way. No way. Like you said, you get a pickup truck for a reason, to haul stuff. And that's not good. I know they want to push all that stuff, but it's not time yet. They need to develop it more.
Yeah, and
more
again,
testing or something, because
they said they had this was the largest battery pack available in the Lightning, a $92,000 vehicle. And so you're going to haul it. You got to charge less than 100 miles. That's nuts.
That is nuts. What are they going to do for a big truck? What are they going to do for a big truck, right? I don't know. Yeah, they got a ways to go, don't they, Steve?
Can't help but wonder if
all right, my friend,
all these claims from the likes of Nikola and the Tesla truck, is the Tesla truck ever even going to be on the market? Given all these estimations of, they were putting out some pretty crazy numbers. 500 miles on a charge, 800 miles on a charge. Like, based on what we're seeing out of the automobiles, you might be lucky to get half of that. It's like, I'll believe it when I see it. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Not seeing any name. Who we got on the line? Good morning.
We got Bolt on the line.
Well, good morning, Bolt. How you been? What the heck you doing up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
I was talking to Dad earlier. I got a hold of him from jail.
Yeah.
And I heard from his lawyer as well. We're trying to raise some money for bail by GoFundMe. If anybody's looking for it, it's gonna be under Gilligan's bail money. We're looking to get him out of jail for the GMA Enterprises to sell their products once again.
Because we'll cheat you.
Lawyers
We'll
always
treat
win.
you right, yeah.
Yes, I'm pretty sure he told you. And I got him through that cell phone again that that guard let him borrow. I'm pretty sure the guard went out of policy with that one.
The horrible Elvis impersonator, yes. Hey, Bolt, you had a little excursion last week. Where were you up in? Where were you up in Massachusetts?
Yeah, I was. I was up visiting one of my friends who lives up there, and another one of my friends that is from Missouri. We were all up there visiting, having a grand old time.
Never been up there in the Northeast.
Because, like,
was it Worcester, Mass? Is that a pretty nice place or not?
It's your typical town. I don't like Massachusetts for the drivers, and it's unfamiliar to me because I'm not used to the city. Yeah,
well,
plus I don't like parallel parking. That's the biggest thing I didn't like.
Really? Street parking. Yeah, well, you got to hang out with friends and have a good time. A little get away from Domino's.
Oh, yeah. A little getaway. And you know what? I enjoyed my little getaway. I'm sad to be back, but you got to come back at some point.
Yeah, got to earn a paycheck, right? Well, there you go. Thank you, Bolt. Hey, appreciate you checking in. Big Sexy shared with me a story out of his neck of the woods there in Northeast Arkansas. I'm not overly concerned about it at this point. Talking about the potential, quote, assault weapons ban that the House passed the other day. It sounds at this point, and that's why I'm not overly concerned. It sounds like it's probably never going to have the votes when it comes to the Senate vote. Because this is one of those where they're going to have 60 votes to even bring it to the Senate floor. I don't think it's going to be there, but nonetheless, we'll share the story from one Northeast Arkansas gun dealer that says they're rather concerned after Congress approved that resolution banning assault weapons. The rest of the story coming up on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up top of the hour when we close things out here on the Overnight Drive. Stick around with TNCRadio.live. Another hot one on tap this morning. Of course, what Tuesday night program, which we get to the encore presentations after the Overnight Drive on Wednesday mornings, hosted by the ladies. First at 5 a.m., it's Shannon Courier. You might know her from the St. Christopher Fund, but on TNC Radio, she's all about the South. Don't miss Southern Route. The Southern Route right after the Overnight Drive. Next up, it's Shelley and Kathy on Women Road Warriors. It's an all-new episode this morning, finally 7 a.m. Eastern. It's Thoughts and Coffee with Sarah Barnes-Humphrey, bringing new insight each week about the leading issues facing the supply chain. There you go. The women, TNCRadio.live this morning when we close things out on the Overnight Drive. All right, back to Northeast Arkansas. If you'd missed it late last week, I guess Friday. The vote took place on Friday. House of Representatives in a vote, a very close vote, 217 yeas, 213 nays, but it passed, approving its Resolution 1808, the assault weapons ban. So now it heads to the Senate. The bill will make it a crime to import, sell, manufacture, transfer, or possess a semi-automatic assault weapon. Rob Sommers is an employee at Sportsman's Edge, sporting goods store in Ash Flat, there in Arkansas. He said this legislation is way too broad to be effective. Theoretically, they could ban a lot more than just an AR-15, for instance. They may even ban a Ruger 1022, which probably everybody's household in North Arkansas has at least one. I mean, a lot of scary things could happen. Now, although the legislation concerns him as a gun dealer, he said, I also find it problematic as a citizen. I'm a citizen of the United States. People need to be looking at that. Contact your legislators and say, hey, we don't need this. We've got lots of laws on the books right now. What we need to do is follow the laws we have and prosecute those who do wrong, as Kentucky Chem was just pointing out so clearly. You've got more and more DAs around this country that are these soft on crime. Oh, just let them out. They won't do it again. And we're finding the crime levels, the repeat offenders are off the charts in some of the big cities. Look at New York. Oh, just let them out. How about the 16-year-old kid that the prosecutor there let out after assaulting police officers on the subway, which happened to be his fourth felony crime in just the last 4 months? They let him out again. Prosecutors said, well, he's just he's only 16. We have to treat them like teenagers. We're going to remand him over to the juvenile system. Oh, he'll learn so much there, won't he? 4 felonies, 4 months, and just let him back out on the streets. No doubt he's not going to commit any more crime, right? But back to the legislation there in Arkansas, or the assault weapons ban, and the gun store worker there. He said this all goes against
what the Founding Fathers believed. The Second Amendment still says what it always said. The very last part of the Second Amendment is the most important part, where it says the rights of these people shall not be infringed. Now, this decision, if it goes through, at first it would hit him as a small business and obviously other small businesses all around the country. But ultimately, he said it's a slap in the face to the people of the United States, the citizens of all kinds. Yes, sir. Again, I don't think they're going to get 10 Republicans to join all the Democrats in the Senate to proceed with this. But stranger things have happened. You never can tell, right? All right, it is 844-3388. Who we got? DJ, got you coming up. Looks like Horse Feather's going to chime back in here. And I got to share, I got to get to my John Bendel story. And the Grump is at it again. So I came across his post from a couple of days. I guess there are still some mask Nazis out there. People that just go bat crap crazy if you're in their presence and you're not wearing a mask for fear of COVID. Are you kidding me? He ran into one. And we'll tell you more coming up. First, a news break here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
It's primary day in 5 states: Arizona, Michigan, Missouri, Kansas, and Washington. The battle for control of the U.S. House and Senate is up for grabs this cycle. And for the first time since the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, Kansas will vote whether abortion can be constitutionally protected. In 2019, the state Supreme Court ruled personal autonomy is protected in the state constitution's Bill of Rights and applied tight regulations for abortion. Kansas voters are deciding whether to pass that amendment, which will remove the constitutional right, or against it, which would keep it in place. This is USA Radio News.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's promo code EARN. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code EARN for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code EARN for a $5 bonus.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Of course, he always says, just my opinion. But he ran into a masked Nazi. Playing their greatest hits again. Said, I just saw some Hogzilla-looking hag throwing a hissy fit because she apparently has a compromised immune system and thinks everybody should be wearing a mask for her protection. Here she is spewing her diatribe of stupidity, standing in line at Burger King, going on and on with her pro-mask rant after she ordered a triple Whopper and fries. The only thing that looked compromised to me about her was the fabric trying to contain 350 pounds of blubber. The days of mask mandates are gone. If you're a lard ass, you've created your own health issues, so shut the hell up. Now, if you have actual health issues, I'm sorry to hear that. But stay out of the crowded junk food dives. I mean, there's a thing called a drive-through? Shut the hell up. Anyway, according to the Democrats, climate change is the greatest threat to you, even more so than COVID. So mask up for those deadly cow farts and let the COVID run its course. Oh, yeah, shut the hell up anyway. Gotta love the grump when he goes on a rant. I'll tell you what. Back to the phone. DJ's on board. Hello, DJ.
Good morning, Steve. And, you know, she might also have a problem getting through the drive up with an electric pickup with maybe 100 miles range.
Yeah.
I would definitely say hauling DJ equipment would be that way too.
I would think.
It's something I do. I've got DJ service, and if they really want to push these electric trucks, they've gotta do something better than 100 miles on towing.
And we're talking a
I believe that
$90,000 truck to boot, right? I mean, you'd think you get a whole lot more than 100 miles out of a full charge.
It's that price is excruciating itself. But yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us all up through the overnight hours too.
Well, DJ, I'm looking at the screen. Looks like you may be are you first-time caller to the program?
First time on the show, but I've commented through Facebook from time to time.
Well, you are a first-time caller. Well, I got to get your number down here. We hadn't had a first-time caller in about a week. So you got to get you a coupon code for your have you tried Hot Shot secret products in your vehicles?
I have not, but I look forward to trying it.
Well, we can get you started out with a $60 code. You watch, I got your phone number here, so they'll get you a code via like a text message. Go to hotshotsecret.com, place your order, and that'll give you $60 in merchandise you can order free of charge.
Thank you.
All right. Well, hey, thanks for being a listener out there, DJ.
My pleasure.
And keep spinning the hits. Doing the hops on Friday night, Saturday night, weddings, and all that fun stuff. There's at least one company that provides driver-facing cameras that says their system can provide a driver with positive reinforcement for good driving. Now, the system can report mistakes to management as usual, but it can also compliment you when you do things right. You know, kind of like petting the dog. Good boy, good boy. So maybe someday soon you'll climb into the cab and you'll hear something like this. Hi, I'm the latest, greatest thing. I'm your new in-cab driver-facing camera. You can call me Dry-Face. That's right, I can talk, and I'm smart. I have genuine artificial intelligence. Actually, I believe it's natural, not artificial, but let's not get into that right now. Let's talk about what makes me special. Your boss installed me here to help you drive better. I can send him messages when you screw up, like when you speed. I can zip a message to dispatch that says, speeding event. I know, not exactly poetry, I know, but I'm working on it. Maybe I should try something more sophisticated, like overabundant velocitude. You know, I'm really intelligent. Did I tell you that? Oh, then there's hard braking. Not sure why they get upset when you mash the brakes, like when somebody pushes a baby carriage in front of you, but that's not my call. My job's to let them know you mashed the brakes. Not why. That's the outside camera's job. His name is Outface. We'll talk about him later. The point is, I'm looking at you, so I may not know why you mashed the brakes, but I can see how you mashed the brakes, and I can tell dispatch it was just a quick stab or maybe a stand on the pedal kind of job. Were your eyes bugging out? I'm not sure if you get points or lose points for bug eyes, but I can report that as well. I'd love to tell you if you had both feet on the brakes, but I can't see your feet, so. I hear you're working on an under-the-dash camera for that sort of thing. Anyway, you get the idea. I'm not the only driver-facing camera that can do these things. Pretty much all of them can. But like I said, I'm special. I can talk. That means you don't have to wait for dispatch to kick your ass for being stupid. I can do it right here, right now. It's a feature called fast feedback, or maybe pronto punishment, something like that. So when you speed, I can say something like, slow down, butthead. Or when you drag your trailer over the curb, I can say, nice job, dumbass. Okay, if that's too harsh, you can set me to mild mode. I can coach you gently for speeding. I could say something like, very impressive, but you're scaring me. Or, we don't want to get there too early now, do we? When your tandems jump the curb, I might say something like, oopsie daisy. That's pretty cool, huh? Now, here's the best part. I don't just rat you out to dispatch or tell you what you did wrong. Now I also can tell you what you did right. It's called positive reinforcement, and they say it makes drivers happy and more obedient. Like a dog. When we're going down the interstate, I can say, nice job staying in your lane, or wow, 300 miles without smashing into anything, stuff like that. In fact, you can turn on constant compliment mode, and I'll just keep talking, at least until you hit something. Now, we did mention earlier my partner, Outface, the outward-facing camera. He thinks he's smarter than me because he can tell dispatch when you flip the truck. The horizon goes up and down instead of across the screen when the truck's lying on its side, Well, he's not so smart. I may not see the horizon, but when you're on your side at the bottom of the screen with the TV in your lap, it pretty much means the same thing. So that's it. Well, I think we'll just have a good time together. John Bendel, it's obviously a satirical stab at the driver-facing cameras, but positive reinforcement. Oh, you're doing a good job, Rover. What do you say, horse feathers? You got your driver-facing camera all activated?
Yeah, I got news for you. The minute I get one of them, I'm driving naked.
Okay.
So deal with that. But anyways, hey, should we do the hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it for all the people out on the West Coast that didn't hear there at the beginning of the show?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, hey, happy hump day.
So what day is it? There you go. All right. Now we got that out of the way again. I heard you and what is it, Kentucky Ken there were talking some of them electric vehicles, and I don't remember if I mentioned or not, but the good people out there in the Badger State, and I put Scarecrow on a mission at this point, but they've apparently been eating the laced Jell-O, and the people in the city of Madison, Wisconsin, have bought themselves an electric fire truck. All electric, all battery fire truck. So if you're going through Madison or something like that and you're calling the fire truck, I don't know how far it gets. It's made by the Pierce Manufacturing, apparatus manufacturing company, and it's their first electric fire truck they have out in the field. So, but it's fully operational as a frontline attack vehicle. So, but yeah, you might want to figure out about how far you can go, and if your truck's on fire, you might have to drive an extra 4 or 5 miles to get closer into the city, so the truck can actually get to you and still have enough battery power to run the pump to put the fire out.
Well, that was my next question.
But,
does it rely on the battery power to run the pumps to actually pump the water? I mean, how many times on there's fires that may be burning for hours and hours?
100% battery operational for every aspect of the job.
Okay.
So yeah. Yep. So I just say.
So we got a big warehouse fire. Use the Walmart fire earlier this year, for instance, when fire trucks were on the scene for several days, as a matter of fact, putting out hotspots. So we're going to have a whole brigade of electric fire trucks that have lost their juice and are waiting for somebody to come out and charge them back up. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess they'll have to run the extension cords. They'll have to drag generators out there and run extension cords to all of them to be plugging them in, because even the diesel operated trucks on that scene, they actually brought fuel trucks out and refueled the diesel trucks that were there operating on the scene, because the diesel trucks would have shut off from running out of fuel themselves.
Yeah.
They weren't going to last the whole time. So they actually had to refuel those trucks as well on the scene. So, but yeah, so it'll be interesting there to see how all this works out. But I was telling Scarecrow about it, and so the other thing they've gone doing now is they're actually running. When you get to the rescue truck, now I'm not sure if the rescue truck that I saw was a battery, an EV vehicle, or if it ran on diesel. But the rescue tools they had on it, your Hearst, I don't know if they are made by Hearst or not. But anyways, like your Jaws of Life, and, your other rescue type tools and that, they've gone to having a set of battery operated those. So instead of being hydraulic operated, which normally you had to have hoses that went back to the truck that had a pump on it that ran the hydraulic fluid that operated those tools. But anyways, so they get done showing all these battery tools on the one side of the truck. They walk around the other side of the truck and they say, well, we have all these hydraulic ones that are the same exact ones all over again that we always did have, in case the battery ones have a failure, so that we can get somebody out of a wrecked car if we still need to, and not have to call a second unit in to do it. It's like, well, why'd you spend all the money on the electric tools if you're going to put all the hydraulic ones on it anyway? But anyways, so yeah, there's your tax dollars at work, Your Honor.
Gotta love
see
it.
How all that.
Wow.
Yep. So anyways, and I did get you a picture sent to the program, the poster for the fire muster there in Jersey, down southern Jersey there, across from Philadelphia, across the river from Philadelphia. So if you get a chance, you can post that up if anybody wants to go to that this Sunday.
Yeah, fire muster.
Yep. And anyways, and I guess that's about it. And I don't know. I guess the other thing I said before was, if you still have it, I had that thing there about the electric vehicle, a training class that they had for fire departments out there, and it looked like it was just an open online class. So if you have any interest in knowing what happens when these things actually do catch on fire and how bad they are, or if you want to find out how bad they really are, you take this training class, and you can actually have a lot more understanding about what you're going up and down the highway with. And maybe you don't want to be a good Samaritan with them. I mean, you gotta be really careful around these things, because as you talked about with that Jaguar, a couple pops and the next thing you know, the thing is, fully involved, and you're not getting away from it, not like a normal car fire. So,
righto.
Anyways, with all that good news there, I guess we're getting close to the show. You might be able to go find one intelligent caller.
Hey, Mike. What day is it? Hello, Truck and Phil. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation coffee up. Happy Wednesday. Hump day. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights, Michigan. Make that flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. What's our countdown clock at there, Phil? Only 144 days till Christmas. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig mattress. The Big Rig mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Wow, Dr. Mercola this morning. Dr. Mercola, I apologize. His headline story, are we being programmed to become cannibals? The globalist cabal promotes a diet of bugs and maybe cannibalism. Not a whole lot of time. I'll go through the highlights he's got here. There's a full, in-depth story, but the highlights that the story would delve into. The World Economic Forum envisions a food system that does not include animal foods or require a large land footprint. Matter of fact, for several years now, the World Economic Forum has promoted the idea that we need to get used to eating bugs and drinking reclaimed sewage, both of which are actually being rolled out in parts of the world right now. In a July 22 article last month, the New York Times took the World Economic Forum's dystopian projections to a whole new level, announcing that the time to consider cannibalism is now upon us. Interpretation: the World Economic Forum and its allies are manufacturing food shortages, some in which areas may progress into actual famine, and they want you to know when that time comes, it's okay for you to eat your neighbor. Now, I remember, I think Horsefeathers sent me a link to this story here a few days ago. A recent rash of books and television shows glorifying cannibalism. There is actually lab-grown human steak, art as they call it. And remember, the vegan meat designed to, quote, taste like human flesh. That's the story Horsefeathers sent me a couple weeks ago. It tastes like human flesh. In 2019, a Swedish professor also argued for cannibalism as a more sustainable alternative to eating bugs. Wow. Much of the supposed inspiration behind the promotion of unnatural diets is said to come from a desire to save the planet. Isn't that admirable? It's more important to realize the green agenda, as it is currently being promoted, is nothing but a scare tactic to bring people to the point of accepting living conditions that would otherwise be unacceptable. Things like eating a diet of bugs, drinking reclaimed sewage water, and even apparently cannibalism. Okay, on that bright note, like I said, there's more to this story, but you can't make this stuff up. And yes, they really do have lab-grown, quote, human steak. And it was not a fictitious story, the one about meat designed, lab-grown meat designed to taste like human flesh. Why? That's the question. Why? But I digress. All right, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Made it through a hump day Wednesday. Have a safe day out there. And, of course, maybe bit of an active night coming our way with strong storms, maybe later in the day, continuing into the overnight hours through a large swath of the Midwest and Northeast. We'll have it all covered for you when we come back at the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.